Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
And good morning to you. It is early, 4:30 in the morning here on Thursday, October 20th. Thank you for joining us. My name is Taylor Stewart, but we want to talk to the man who knows everything that you guys need to know for this weekend. And Thursday, really already Thursday. Meteorologist Dustin Chambers with your forecast on this cold Thursday.
Yeah, temperatures are starting off near freezing for some of us, Taylor, and we still have those freeze warnings and also some frost advisories for you as you get up and early with us this morning. Out over the Inner Harbor, not much to show you here, just clear skies and cold temperatures. Right side of your screen, always have those numbers up. 34 your number in Cockeysville right now. We're 38 in Towson and 39 your temp in Baltimore City this morning. So here are those freeze warnings and frost advisories. All the purple is the freeze warning and also the frost advisories in the light blue. Those go until 9 o'clock this morning. So we'll have a cold Thursday morning, sunny and breezy this afternoon. Actually, temps warming up just a bit slightly here today as we head into the afternoon. And your rise and shine cast, upper 30s over the next few hours. Definitely a warm beverage type morning. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few.
It's difficult to wake up in the morning and be energetic about the day when you wonder who's going to get killed today.
Those sobering words from a Baltimore resident after shots ring out once again. The relentless violence in Baltimore continues with at least 4 shootings happening in the last 24 hours. 2 of those turning deadly, including this one on Pall Mall Road in West Baltimore. A shooting in the Arlington neighborhood also deadly, killing 1 man. Earlier in the day, a teenager was also shot in Hamden. It's leaving some people living in the city of Baltimore feeling hopeless.
A lot of people who are not just disenchanted, but seriously depressed. They are surrounded by so much violence and death.
Elsewhere in a city in crisis, Fox 45 News is demanding answers from the Department of Public Works. This comes after our exclusive investigation into the handling of last month's E. coli crisis. Our investigative team found DPW waited until Monday, September 5th to issue a boil water advisory, despite a state directive to issue that advisory 24 hours earlier. Yesterday, Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost took those findings to DPW Director Jason Mitchell.
We sent you an email yesterday. We didn't get a response. Do you know why the department didn't put out the boil water advisory Sunday as directed by MDE?
So we put out many different things on Sunday. Number one, our health department gave out information related to nursing homes or homes in the area. We issued a statement via social media Monday morning at 7:43 a.m. We also had boots on the ground.
But we know that MDE said that the tweet in the next door wasn't sufficient, and they told you multiple times to issue that BWA Sunday. Why didn't that happen?
We worked closely hand in hand with MDE throughout the entire process.
Mackenzie's entire exchange with Director Mitchell, as well as Tuesday night's complete report on the handling of this crisis, they're both available right now at foxbaltimore.com. Shifting gears now to the crisis in the classroom. Education is playing a big role in many state elections. That includes the one for Anne Arundel County Executive. Fox 45 News' Amy Simpson has a look into the debate over education in Anne Arundel County.
So now I'd like to introduce our candidates.
Candidates for Anne Arundel County Executive on the same stage Tuesday night. Incumbent County Executive Stuart Pittman, a Democrat.
I'm from this place. I love this place. And I fight like hell to defend it.
Making the case to keep his job.
Councilwoman Hare.
Challenged by County Councilwoman Jessica Hare, a Republican looking to bring change to the top office in Anne Arundel County.
Everywhere I go in the county, I've been relentlessly focused on the cost of living, crime, and modernizing county government.
A wide range of topics covered at this debate in Annapolis, hosted by the Capital Gazette and Anne Arundel County Chamber of Commerce. From the county's response to COVID and crime to development, the local economy, and the environment. Education and Anne Arundel County Public Schools also top of mind for some voters. Both candidates referring to local schools as overcrowded and asked directly about a hot-button issue this school year.
So what's your take on the change in school start times?
Both candidates say they asked the local district to delay implementing new school start times.
There's not enough bus drivers to cover the routes. We don't have enough crossing guards to keep kids safe crossing, folks, and the traffic has been horrendous.
We do have to accept that it is the Board of Education and the superintendent superintendent that make decisions for the school system. And once we accept that, then we work with them collaboratively. I work with them collaboratively.
Pittman acknowledging the impact on buses and childcare, saying ultimately the change was not up to him.
We can always improve our partnerships with parents.
The two asked about parental involvement and diversity education.
I think my number one priority for school systems is that everyone has a safe, welcoming, warm environment so that they're really focused on learning.
I firmly believe that we need to teach all of our kids all of our history, and that includes the history of racism in our county and nationally. And there's a concern that some kids will be made to feel guilty if they learn that. And I just don't believe that. I think that our kids want to know all of the history.
Ultimately, the voters will decide in just a few weeks who gets the job.
Regardless of your political affiliation, I am asking for your support in this election so that we can continue to do the good work that we started 4 years ago.
And I ask for your vote on November 8th. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilwoman Heyer.
Amy Simpson, Fox 45 News.
Police discover a student with a loaded handgun at Booker T. Washington Middle School in West Baltimore. This happened Wednesday afternoon. It is the fourth gun found at a city school this year alone. Another incident happened just last week when police arrested a student with a loaded handgun outside of Bluford Drew Jemison STEM Academy in East Baltimore. You can find an interactive map showing where guns have been found in Baltimore City schools this year, and this story on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Fox 45 News is committed to investigating any problems your kids run into this school year, from teacher shortages to school fights. Go ahead and give our news tip line a call. That number, 410-467-5595. And go ahead and send us an email to news@foxbaltimore.com, or chime in your pictures and videos on the Fox 45 News app. A taxpayer group asking the Supreme Court to block the student loan relief program. What comes next in the process and how this could impact you. Plus, another chilly morning. Justin is back with his full Weather Authority forecast to let us know when those temperatures would warm up. You're watching Fox 45 News, all early edition. We're all local all morning.
Time right now is 4:40 on your Thursday morning. A happy Friday Eve, everybody. Definitely a cold start here once again. Looking out from our Towson camera, obviously still dark before that sun comes up. Time change coming up in a couple of weeks. Here's your out the door cast. Definitely a jacket and sunglasses. Plenty of sunshine on the way for us later today. And temps will actually inch up just a little bit. But out for a run or a jog in the next couple of hours. We're staying in the 30s, so make sure to get the long sleeves on. Taylor.
In your health headlines this morning, parents are demanding expert medical testing and help after a report found radioactive contamination inside a suburban St. Louis elementary school. A newly released report found higher than safe radioactive waste levels in the school's cafeteria, library, and playground. Two law firms seeking compensation for illnesses and deaths paid for the report. The contamination is believed to be from an atomic bomb material, which leaked into a nearby creek in the 1940s and 50s. Since then, thousands of children have attended Jana Elementary School.
We have every right to demand a safe place for our kids. We have every right to demand this cleanup.
I've been out as well, calling doctors, having blood work done, any of those things that I can do right now to test lead levels.
The school has been shut down indefinitely. Students are switching to virtual learning for the next few weeks. They'll then be sent to the district's other schools after Thanksgiving.
It is the one symptom now dominating with the newest variants of COVID-19. I'm Liz Bonus. We tell you about it just ahead.
And questions remain this morning about the effectiveness of the Safe Streets program. The push now from the city to get some answers. And here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, America's news now. It's the economy, people. That's what the polls say. A leading economist joins us to talk about how that plays into the midterm run-up. This morning on the National Desk, America's news now, weekday mornings.
You can go ahead and watch the National Desk on our sister station, CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. You're watching Fox 45 News Early Edition, all local, all morning. On the path forward, as COVID variants continue to emerge, main symptoms are always changing. Medical reporter Liz Bonas explains the shift in the symptoms over these past few months.
Hey there, hello to you. The good news is that due to immunity from previous infection and vaccination, most of us getting infected with these newer Omicron variants right now, getting milder symptoms. The bad news is the ones you are getting now, especially the one dominant symptom, might have you spreading the virus without even realizing it. When Kara Overstate got COVID-19 for the second time recently, she got that dominant symptom.
I had just a stuffy nose, sore throat, no loss of taste or smell.
Yep, it's a sore throat. The COVID-ZO app, which is part of the world's largest COVID-19 study, shows at the moment 2/3 of people reporting symptoms are getting a sore throat when infected with the current COVID-19 strains going around. Fever and loss of smell are pretty uncommon. That leads many to think what Kara thought.
So I didn't think it would have been COVID.
It also means you risk spreading the virus to others before you even know it's COVID-19.
As COVID has evolved, it's become more of an upper respiratory virus rather than a lower respiratory virus. So it affects your throat initially. Some people still get the pneumonia down in the lungs, but fewer patients than earlier on.
To avoid that risk of COVID becoming more serious, Kara now has this advice.
Go ahead and do a COVID test, because any little thing at this point could end up being COVID.
And if it is, just so you know, a study out today says those who get the new Omicron-specific bivalent booster are less likely to spread the virus if infected due to lower viral load.
It looks like the vaccines that we're using now, the bivalent vaccine, still protects against the strains in circulation.
About half the U.S. population eligible has not received any booster dose yet. I'm medical reporter Liz Bonas. Now back to you.
Oh, it is a chilly morning out there. You're definitely going to need to bundle up. Let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at what we can expect today.
Yeah, temperatures are going to be a little bit warmer as we head toward the afternoon, which is definitely good news. And that's going to keep that warming trend going as we approach the upcoming weekend. Today, of course, Friday Eve, so almost the weekend. Looking out over the Inner Harbor, calm conditions right now. Number of 39 degrees. That's your temperature at BWI Thurgood Marshall. Not much wind to speak of at this time as well. Here's a look at your HD radar. A large ridge of high pressure settling in just to the south of us. So that area of low pressure that brought those clouds around yesterday and some of the early morning snow showers for the western part of the state, that has continued to move up toward the north. So drier conditions behind that. We will still see breezy conditions later today, but we're also starting off with freeze warnings and more freeze warnings for today in Cecil County and Harford County, northern Baltimore County, again, all of Carroll County and now Howard County in that. The frost advisories are for Baltimore City and Anne Arundel County and our eastern shore counties through 9 o'clock this morning. So hopefully you took care of those plants and all those pets, of course, keeping those inside here tonight or last night and into the morning time. Upper 30s here in the next few hours on your Rise and Shine cast. 7:22 is when we see the sun rise today. And on your day planner by 8 a.m., we'll see those temperatures in the lower 40s there in Owings Mills. Not bad for lunch outside, a little bit on the chilly side, but mid-50s here later today with plenty of sunshine and not too much wind, or at least not as much wind as we've had. Still a bit breezy at times. 62 into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour later today. 67 is typically where we are this time of year. Upper 50s and lower 60s across central Maryland for today. And temperatures are slightly warmer here up and down the 95 corridor for Philly and Baltimore down through D.C., even into Richmond. Notice those numbers are inching upward. So 66 tomorrow, close to 70 on Saturday. A bit of a dip on Sunday before those numbers get back to the lower 70s into early next week. Now, we're not really tracking much in the way of rain. Next few days will stay dry. You'll see a few clouds here and there. There is a coastal low developing on Sunday. So some of the models do want to bring in at least a couple of showers for us on Sunday afternoon. You can see right here the last couple of scans on our future scan will bring that coastal low and bring in more cloud cover and maybe a stray shower. So possibly a couple of sprinkles for that Ravens game on Sunday at M&T Bank Stadium. But temperatures will still be nice with mid-60s for Sunday afternoon. And as I mentioned, those lower 70s into early next week. Taylor?
Alrighty, let's head over to the Len Stoller Traffic Network to take a look at your drive times. And everything's moving smoothly as you head out the door, inching up on 5 o'clock this morning. But let's go ahead and check in with Mark Jones from the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Taylor. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find 10 train 403 and 10 train 505 operating with 5-minute delays for the start. Allow time for travel there. Out there on light rail link, nothing in your way. Looking good, in fact, from end to end on that service. And Metro Subway link on schedule between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for the commute start. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Happening this morning, you had the chance to see Jerry Seinfeld live in Baltimore. He's coming to the Meyerhoff on October 28th. And all this week, we're giving away a Seinfeld prize pack. If you win the prize pack, that puts you in the running to get 2 tickets to the show. Just wait for your cue to call in, and caller number 10 will win the prize pack and be in the running to get those tickets. We'll pick a grand prize winner tomorrow. You can watch Seinfeld weekdays on Fox 45 at 11:30 and midnight.
Is President Biden's student loan forgiveness program hitting a hurdle and headed for the Supreme Court? I'm Scott Thuman in Washington with new developments.
Plus, city residents react to a grim warning from a squeegee kid. How the police union is pushing back. You're watching Fox 45 News Early Edition, all local, all morning. In your consumer news this morning, a group is now requesting the Supreme Court block President Joe Biden's student loan forgiveness program. It's not clear if the justices will intervene. Sinclair Chief Political Correspondent Scott Thuman has the latest.
Well, we knew this would likely happen at some point, that President Biden's student loan forgiveness program would face lawsuits, and now we have a request for the Supreme Court to jump in. The government just started taking applications for this repayment program this week. If you'll remember, based on one's level of income, it can erase up to $10,000 in student loan debt for some borrowers and up to $20,000 if that student was a Pell Grant recipient or, in other words, had greater financial hardships. Now, a Wisconsin taxpayers group is pushing for Supreme Court intervention, arguing that the president doesn't have the power of the purse to make those decisions. That should be handled by Congress. They also argue borrowers are legally obligated to repay the loans, not the rest of taxpayers, and allege it could cost around $1 trillion and do irreparable harm to the economy, though the latest independent analysis shows it would probably be closer to $400 billion. But this group wants the president's program blocked or halted until a lower court appeal is heard. Right now, there are roughly a handful of suits pending, including one filed by 6 Republican governors. The president has long said that canceling this student loan debt is meant to give hardworking Americans a better chance, a better opportunity to succeed. And if they can't live well, they can't spend well, and that, too, would hurt the economy. On Capitol Hill, I'm Scott Thuman.
Soaring inflation is bringing retirees back to the workforce. According to the Labor Department, 4.2 million Americans quit their job between March of 2020 and July of 2021. About half of those were older adults. Now, many are finding their Social Security benefits and pension just aren't enough to cover their living expenses. Data shows about 1.7 million people have returned to the workforce after retiring. Americans will be able to keep a bit more of their paychecks in 2023. The IRS is adjusting tax brackets and standard deductions to account for inflation. The average single taxpayer making $100,000 would pay almost $14,000 in taxes in 2022. But given the adjustments in 2023, they would keep $500 of those dollars. While some say the change will help Americans deal with inflation, others argue it could do just the opposite.
It'll help fuel demand because people will be paying less in taxes, have a little more money to spend.
Inflation hits working class Americans, lower income Americans the hardest. And what this is doing is helping to protect Americans from the impact of inflation in terms of their taxes.
It'll be a while before you notice the change. It applies to 2023's taxes, and those are not filed until 2024. Turning now to your Vote 2022 coverage, Governor Larry Hogan is helping the Republican candidate for Maryland's 2nd Congressional District. He held a fundraiser for Nicole Ambrose last night in Essex. She's challenging long-serving incumbent Democrat Dutch Rutherford. Now, Governor Hogan says he believes Ambrose is the best candidate to tackle major issues, including crime.
And I know why Nicola's going to be fighting for tougher sentences for repeat violent offenders and tougher sentences for people who commit felonies with a gun. We've got to get the worst, most violent folks off the streets of Baltimore.
One of the other things I think we can do from the federal level is if DOJ wants to get involved in Baltimore City, why don't they get involved in helping our homicide clearance rate? These are meaningful things we can do to actually help solve crime.
Fox 45 News' Mackenzie Frost sat down with a one-on-one interview with Nicole Ambrose. Dutch Rutherford did not get back to us about an interview. Check out our voter guide for all other reporting on the upcoming general election and important dates to mark on your calendar. Or go ahead and scan the QR code on your screen and it'll take you straight there. Or you can just head to foxbaltimore.com/vote2022.
A hearing today will question changes coming to the Safe Streets program. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll explain those changes and tell you what we can expect from the meeting.
The City Police Union is now weighing in on the debate over squeegee kids. Coming up, how they're calling out the mayor.
Another cold start to the morning, but good news is our temperatures eventually start warming up. We'll break it down for you right here on Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for waking up with us on this Thursday, October 20th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Taylor Stewart. We wanted to check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers. It was chilly coming in here. Will it be chilly all morning, Justin?
Yeah, it's going to stay cold again. We've got more freeze warnings and frost advisories here this morning to deal with. So hopefully you took care of those plants last night and had that little light blanket over them. Looking out over the Inner Harbor, calm conditions right now, and it's cold. Numbers are mainly in the 30s statewide. Cumberland over to Hagerstown, 39 Westminster, 38 your number in Baltimore and Bel Air at this time. Actually in the lower 40s in Annapolis. one of the warmer spots. So as you get out the door, jackets, sunglasses, you will need that for today with temperatures that are going to stay chilly. Upper 30s over the next couple of hours. Out for a run or a jog, definitely the long sleeve gear for sure. We'll take a closer look at that forecast and what we can expect for the weekend ahead coming up in a few. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking at our Lens Solar traffic network, we have your drive times put up and looking pretty great this morning in the green, with 9 minutes as your longest commute from 95 to 83. We are following 3 big stories for you this morning in a city in crisis. Fox 45 News continues to demand answers from city leaders following an exclusive investigation into how the Department of Public Works handled last month's E. coli water contamination. The debate over how to handle squeegee kids continues as one squeegee kid warns of increased crime if removed from street corners. Plus, our investigation into the Safe Streets program continues as the effectiveness of the crime prevention program is put into question. Now, city leaders are taking matters into their own hands, holding an investigative hearing here today. And we've got live team coverage for you this morning. In just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will join us live with the concerns from the Baltimore City FOP regarding squeegee kids and how the mayor has defended his position. But we begin with Olivia Dance and the questions surrounding the Safe Streets program. She's joining us live outside City Hall with a preview of the investigative hearing. Olivia, what's expected to come out of this?
Well, good morning, Megan. And the hearing is at 1 this afternoon right here at City Hall. And at the meeting, council members will question leaders from the mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, which runs Safe Streets, about recent changes made to the program. If you'll remember, last month, Mayor Brandon Scott announced he is restructuring how Safe Streets locations are managed. And David Williams, a taxpayer watchdog, says this hearing is an opportunity to rebuild trust with the community.
If there are problems with the program, this is the time to identify those problems and to move on, to move forward, to correct those problems. So this doesn't have to be a perfect hearing in any sense of the word. It's just, the first step in saying, this is what we've done. This is exactly the money that we've spent. This is where the money has gone to. And this is where we need to do better.
Fox 45 News has been investigating the program for almost a year, and prior to the restructuring, there were 7 nonprofits managing the program. But now with the changes, LifeBridge Center for Hope and Catholic Charities will be the only groups overseeing the Safe Streets sites. And the Safe Streets restructuring is expected to be completed in January 2023. Back to you.
Olivia, we know the mayor's office funds the Safe Streets program, but does the data show it's actually working?
Yeah, Taylor, great question. And we know that the mayor continues to fund the program, but there's no clear data showing that it's actually working. In fact, an internal report released earlier this year shows that shootings in some Safe Streets locations have actually gone up. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Elsewhere in a city in crisis, many unanswered questions this morning after Fox 45 News pressed DPW Director Jason Mitchell and Mayor Brandon Scott about our exclusive investigation into an apparent communication breakdown when it came to the Department of Public Works' handling of the E. coli water contamination. Mackenzie Frost reviewed hours of internal emails showing the city waited hours to tell the public about E. coli in the water in West Baltimore last month. She questioned the department's director about the delay.
We sent you an email yesterday. We didn't get a response. Do you know why the department didn't put out the boil water advisory Sunday as directed by MDE?
So we put out many different things on Sunday. Number one, our health department gave out information related to nursing homes or homes in the area. We issued a statement via social media Monday morning at 7:43 a.m. We also had boots on the ground.
But we know that MDE said that the tweet in the next door wasn't sufficient, and they told you multiple times to issue that BWA Sunday. Why didn't that happen?
We worked closely hand in hand with MDE throughout the entire process.
The tweet wasn't a BWA, though. It said you may want to consider boiling your water.
The boots on the ground, it definitely informed of the impacted area, especially during the holiday weekend. We knew we needed to get into the hands.
Fox 45 News also learning the director of communications, who was leading the charge on some of the discussion about the water contamination, no longer works in that role. Mackenzie tried to ask the director about that staffing change, but he was not answering our questions.
Mackenzie also questioned Mayor Brandon Scott, who is standing by the statements that he made last month that there was nothing wrong with communication.
You still stand by that statement?
I think, Mackenzie, you may think it's not the case, but the overall, what matters is what the Department of MDE has said, and they said that we followed their protocols to a T.
MDE did not say that you guys followed it by a T. They told DPW multiple times on Sunday to issue the BWA, and it didn't happen.
No, I think that what you're saying is you're accusing DPW of ignoring what MDE said.
They did, according to the emails.
There are still questions about the timing of the notification and the clarity of the federal law.
And it's important to note this investigation into the E. coli in the water that was found in West Baltimore. It happened last month, and the boil water advisory has since been lifted.
You can find all of the questions that Mackenzie asked leaders, as well as our full report on this exclusive investigation on our website right now at foxbaltimore.com.
A hearing to determine whether the 15-year-old suspect in the killing of Timothy Reynolds will be tried as an adult will be held on November 17th. Reynolds was shot after a confrontation with a squeegee kid this summer.
Now, BPD's police union has stepped into the squeegee crisis debate, and the mayor also came out swinging. We've got Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning from downtown Baltimore with the latest turn of events here. Shannon.
Yeah, the police union, Megan, is calling out the mayor for not taking action. They want him to allow city police to go in and remove these squeegee kids from the intersections, but of course that is not what's happening. We'll take a look at this post that they made on Twitter just yesterday. It was actually in response to our Mackenzie Frost post that she made on Twitter regarding a squeegee kid's warning that they will commit more crime if they are removed from city streets. Well, in their post, the police union says, quote, in quotations, just good kids providing a service for money, that's all. But some have committed heinous acts against taxpayers just trying to get to work, and now they are threatening to do more. Our citizens don't have a chance as Mayor Brandon Scott's plan keeps cops on the bench. Well, so far, the mayor's office, which has attempted to find jobs for squeegee kids, has failed to keep them off of intersections. Mayor Scott even doubling down on his stance on the issue in a press conference yesterday. But what the mayor is calling panhandling, incoming city state's attorney Ivan Bates calls law breaking.
Talking about poverty. Anybody that knows that folks who are experiencing poverty are folks who are going to commit crimes. It doesn't matter if they're homeless, if they're squeegeeing, if they're breaking into houses, stealing cars. This is what we're talking about here.
Stepping off that sidewalk, going in and out of traffic is illegal. And as far as I'm concerned, we cannot do that.
Well, the mayor's squeegee collaborative has not allowed our cameras inside their meetings, but we do know that they are working on a strategy that should be announced by the end of the month. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Fox 45 News has seen several examples of heated and sometimes violent exchanges with squeegee kids in the months since police say a squeegee kid shot and killed Timothy Reynolds in July. Data from the Baltimore Police Department shows there have been more than 600 squeegee-related calls for service between July 1st and October. Fox 45 News has been covering this ongoing problem for months now. And you can find all of that reporting on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Housing prices are coming down, but you still may be paying more. Just ahead this morning in our market, watch the rising interest rates and how high they're climbing.
Temperatures are cold once again, close to freezing in Cockeysville right now, 34 Columbia. Our numbers do rise a little bit today and into the weekend. We'll take a closer look at that coming up on Fox 45 Early Edition. All local, all morning. 5:10 on your Thursday morning, and it is cold, so hopefully you are bundled up while you're watching us here before you get out the door. Make sure to have that jacket ready to go, and probably the bun warmers, you'll need them on the car this morning. Your morning drive, Mr. Bo says the heater flow for sure, with upper 30s in the next couple of hours. Eventually, we'll get to the lower 40s by about 8 a.m. We do have some good news with those numbers, especially as we head further into the weekend. We'll take a closer look at that coming up. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. It's 5:11 and happening today. We want to take a look at the big stories we're following.
Baltimore's Board of Elections has a hearing to discuss voting irregularities from the 2022 primary election and how to prevent them from happening again. Coming up at 5:30, Olivia Dance will join us with a live preview.
Plus, the suspect in September's deadly shooting at Mervo High School will make an appearance in court. We have Shannon Lilly. She's going to have more on this developing story in our next half hour.
And today, Democratic gubernatorial candidate Wes Moore is campaigning in Baltimore, stopping at Morgan State University from 11 to 2:30.
Well, you've heard of Armageddon, but what about Avogeddon? Just ahead, we'll explain what it means and why this could be a good thing.
And President Biden moves to bring gas prices down, but it could have the opposite effect. Just ahead, the impact it could also have on Social Security. You're watching Fox 45 News, early edition, all morning, all local.
Coming up on 5:15 this morning, U.S. oil prices up again this morning by around 1.5% to almost $87 a barrel here. Still well below the highs that we saw earlier this year, as the White House hopes to keep prices in check with the release of 15 million more barrels from the National Reserve. Investors this morning also watching for third quarter earnings from American Airlines. We're going to be looking for insight into the upcoming holiday travel season and the return of business travel. The third day of housing data due to drop at 10 o'clock this morning meantime, and that's when we're going to get some existing home sales and information on median prices. We know home prices have started to come down since June, but they're still higher than they were 1 year ago. Rising interest rates mean today's monthly payment is about 50% higher than it was in January. That has caused mortgage applications to just plunge, now at the lowest levels since 1997. Mortgage applications to buy a home are down 38% from a year ago as home sales slow. Applications to refinance are down 86% because most current homeowners can no longer benefit from lower interest rates. We're going to get weekly unemployment numbers then at 8:30 this morning. We know analysts watch them over time to see if layoffs are increasing or if they're decreasing. They've been holding relatively steady over the last few months despite worries of a recession. Stocks on Wednesday, meantime, gave up some of their big gains that we saw earlier in the week and may give up a little more this morning. The Nasdaq off by more than 100 points or 1%. That's the latest from our live center.
Making headlines this morning, a Texas nonprofit says ocean reefs could be key in the effort to fight climate change. Now the nonprofit is teaming up with the University of Texas Rio Grande Valley to learn more about how the artificial ocean reefs could curb greenhouse gases. Jessica Taylor with our Sinclair sister station in Austin caught up with the group behind the study.
Texas nonprofit Friends of the RGV Reef and the University of Texas Rio Grande Valley are trying to determine if artificial reefs can help fight climate change. To do so, they need to figure out how much carbon the reefs hold on to.
Not only are artificial reefs a great place to go for recreation and fishing, it might turn out that they're also a really good place to help mitigate climate change as well.
Their testbed happens to be the largest artificial reef on the Texas coast. The Rio Grande Valley Reef spans 2.5 square miles.
For eons, reefs have been part of the carbon cycle on the Earth. They have processed carbon, held carbon, given off carbon, but we want to know, what is that number? How much carbon is being held in this reef?
The study is broken down in 3 phases to determine overall biomass of the fish in the reef, how much carbon the shell-building organisms hold, and how much carbon in the sediment composition.
But there's no real numbers, and that's what this study is going to do. We're going to quantify it.
It's not just about the numbers, but also maintaining a functional ecosystem.
We've lost a lot of our natural reefs along the Texas coast already, so mitigating this and having a healthy ecosystem, reef ecosystem, is very important as well, just to the health of the environment in general.
In Austin, I'm Jessica Taylor reporting.
In other headlines, it's usually a pricey item in the produce aisle, but volunteers in Pennsylvania are handing out free avocados.
That's huge. Hundreds of people, meantime, also think it's huge. They're lining up for what organizers are now calling Avogeddon. The freebies are due to a surplus of avocados in South America. The giveaway was put on by Sharing Excess, a group aiming to be more proactive in using produce before it spoils.
We've literally never seen a turnout like this for one of our pop-ups. It looks like it's a line going all the way down the highway, and we really appreciate folks for coming out. Obviously, you know, we want folks to be able to get all the avocados that they'd like, but we went through 3 truckloads a lot faster than we expected.
Oh, I would have waited in that line. Sharing Excess works to redistribute more than 120,000 pounds of food each week. And avocados have gotten so pricey. I mean, I get it. That makes sense.
They are expensive. But look at that line, Meg. I mean, who knew it was such a hot ticket?
I wish I would have. I would have been in it.
Would you be in that line, Justin?
He's off into
well,
to go into it.
I'm going to Philadelphia.
Okay, well,
but you think that? I mean, that
I don't
makes
care.
sense.
I want avocados right now
for free.
And some grocery stores, there was a bit of a shortage. There was an issue during COVID where you couldn't get them. Whew. Then the prices went up. It's been a whole. I get the Avogeddon story. Can we get Justin back, or is he really? He's
I
left.
think he's gone. He's left the building.
I did. I went out there. It's too cold to walk all the way to Philadelphia.
It would have been a long walk.
Yeah.
Yeah, be a long walk.
I'm glad you're back with us.
Man.
We'll try to get
free
some
avocados. I am
know.
so excited about that. My God.
Excited enough to walk out there in the cold, though?
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
So cold out
it's
there.
avocados. They're free. All right, let's take a look outside right now. Now I want some chips and guacamole. Now that's what is going to be on my mind. All right, our Towson camera, good morning to you. Yes, it is cold this morning. You are definitely seeing your breath. 38 is your temperature right now in Towson. Not much wind to speak of, but that wind will kick up a little bit later again today. So that wind chill is at 34, even with just a 5-mile-an-hour wind. It definitely feels colder than these numbers out there. A lot of us are in the mid to upper 30s, some lower 40s for Easton over to Annapolis. 34 your temp in Columbia. right now. We do have more freeze warnings for you this morning than what we had yesterday. This now includes Harford and Cecil counties, the entire counties, northern Baltimore again, Carroll and now Howard counties in that freeze warning. The other areas in blue are frost advisories. So we're getting temperatures that are close to freezing or even potentially sub-freezing temperatures. Hopefully you took care of those plants last night. Here's a look at your bus stop forecast. Beep, beep. Make sure those kids are bundled up at the bus stop this morning with upper 30s in the next couple of hours, mid 50s through lunchtime, and we're actually going to slide into the lower 60s for this afternoon with our temperatures. So a little bit warmer, possibly some frost delays if you do want to get out there and hit the links today, golfers, but by the time we get to the lunch hour, we'll be in the mid-50s and then lower 60s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. 67 is typically where we are for October 20th. Most of us will be in the mid to upper 50s for Westminster and Eldersburg over to Reisterstown. Close to 60 in Cockeysville this afternoon, 60 in Perry Hall and White Marsh, lower 60s for you in Dundalk, Middle River over to Essex and Chase. We'll keep those 60s going for you. Columbia down through Elkridge into Odenton, even down through Severna Park and Annapolis, Glen Burnie, Pasadena, all in the lower 60s. And Harford and Cecil counties, even though you're starting off with the freeze warnings this morning, we're going to end up with upper 50s and lower 60s later today. So just a little bit of a warm up. And then as we head toward tomorrow and Saturday, those numbers keep increasing with mid to upper 60s by Saturday afternoon. Sunday gets a little bit more cloud cover, possibly a few showers for the Ravens game Sunday afternoon, but temperatures still in the mid 60s near average, and then 70s return next week. Let's check in with Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning to you, Mark.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Penn Train 505 with a 10-minute delay, and Camden Train 841 presently running about 5 minutes late. Be aware of those delays on MARC train. Light Rail Link is delay-free. No problems there in your commute in either direction. And Metro Subway Link on schedule in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Mark, thank you. President Biden's plan to lower gas prices may not be as effective as they thought. Just ahead this morning, what he has to say this morning about the timing of the announcement.
We're just weeks away from the general election and preparations are underway. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, I'll explain what city leaders are doing to prevent any issues from occurring. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition.
It is 5:25 in your consumer news this morning. President Joe Biden's release of more oil from the country's strategic reserves isn't likely to bring down prices.
That's according to Gas Buddy author Patrick DeHaan. He says the move won't have a significant impact on prices, but it could put the country's energy security at greater risk. DeHaan thinks Biden needs to be doing more to boost the country's refining capacity.
If there's not enough refineries around to process that oil and turn it into things like gasoline, diesel, and jet fuel, we're still not in any better situation than we would have been. And so I think the administration, while they've looked at oil, should start focusing on what they can do to beef up our capabilities when it comes to refining that oil.
Biden has announced plans to release 15 million more barrels of oil. He says the move is designed to offset OPEC's production cuts. Biden denies politics are part of the equation, coming just weeks ahead of midterms. He says he's planning more releases later this winter.
Vacant homes, a continuous eyesore in Baltimore City. How leaders are planning to clear those structures.
The 17-year-old suspect charged in the murder of a Mervo High School student is due right here in court today. Coming up, we are live with the new information we are learning in this case.
Time right now is 5:42 on your Thursday morning, just about 18 minutes in front of 6 o'clock. Statewide, a lot of blue out there in terms of our temperatures, where numbers are near freezing. A lot of 30s as you wake up. So grab that warm cup of joe here, maybe a hot cup of tea and some warm breakfast as well. Numbers in the next couple of hours steadily rising. We'll be to the lower 40s by 8 a.m. Plenty of sun for today, with that sun coming up at 7:22. And actually, it will be a little bit warmer this afternoon. We'll take a closer look at that in just a few. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Halloween, it is right around the corner, but will it be a sweet this year? Still ahead, how inflation could impact your sweet tooth. Plus, what will you go dressed as for trick-or-treating? We have some popular suggestions just ahead. 5:42, and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, a local all morning. .45, looking ahead this morning, the Radio City Rockettes get ready to kickstart the holiday season.
Yeah, it's a record-breaking 18 dancers will make up this year's cast. They all hit the dance floor Wednesday practicing for this year's Christmas Spectacular. Yeah. Audiences filling the seats of Radio City Friday, November 18th. That show's a run through January 3rd.
We're taking our kids for the first time this year. We just bought the tickets. I'm so excited. And now we'll see them live and in person. Well, a bright spot for you this morning. Patients from Rady's Children's Hospital got some dolphin therapy. The group of kids spent the day at SeaWorld in San Diego. They were surrounded by bottlenose dolphins instead of doctors. This immersive experience has become a recurring event at SeaWorld in San Diego since 2007. That's great.
Inflation is taking a bite out of Halloween budgets this year. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, candy prices are up more than 13.1% since last September.
That is the largest yearly jump in candy prices ever recorded by the Consumer Price Index. It means a $15 bag of assorted candy will be about $2 more than it was just last year. The National Retail Federation reports consumers plan on spending about $100 on Halloween this year, and that includes candy, decorations, cards, and costumes. That makes sense. Well, speaking of costumes, superheroes and mythical beings will apparently be the must-have costumes this year. Google Trends listing the top 19 Halloween costumes of 2022, and those two themes showed up time and time again on the list.
Taking number one spot was a witch, followed by Spider-Man, fairies, and vampires. Those are also popular, along with Batman. He's timeless, I guess. And who came in at 19?
Characters who were found renewed interest on network and streaming shows also garnering attention, including those from Stranger Things. Hocus Pocus would be a big one this year, and then Chucky somehow always seems to show his face in the mix. Some of you are showing how you're getting into the spooky spirit. Lisa sent us this picture of Luke and his collection of scary creatures. He creates a haunted house for their neighborhood every year. Looking pretty good, looking pretty scary. Karen, meantime, sent us this adorable photo. On the left, that's Daisy, and well, I think that's a lion costume right there. Maybe she's Simba. Then we've got Rebecca, who sent us the picture on the right. That's Bertha, the bulldog, in her witch costume. That is ridiculously cute. Bertha is a Barks alum, by the way. We'd love to see your fall photos as well. Melody sent us this beautiful photo. See if we can get this for you. We've got some fall scenery. If we can't get that one, we've got a moonshot. So whatever you've got, fall oriented, we'd love to see it. We want to see how you're getting into the spirit. You can send us your photos, your videos, and you might see them on air or online. Just go to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in.
All righty. Well, you know what? I'm going to chime in with my costume. Will you?
I don't have a costume.
Okay.
I usually don't get dressed up. I did last year, but I usually dress the kids and the dogs and watch.
I feel like that's more than enough.
It's a lot.
Well, meteorologist Justin Chambers checking our forecast today. It's not Halloween yet, but it's feeling kind of spooky cold out there for me.
Yeah, absolutely. 11 days away until Halloween, and we've got more of our Halloween pet pics, too. I showed you this here a little earlier. Casey, that is the dog right there who is chilling from Karen Hopkins, sent that picture in from Linthicum. So thank you very much. And I want to see your Halloween pet pics. We've already saw a couple of those great doggies right there all dressed up. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. That chime in. Also, you can get those pictures in, and we'll be showing the Halloween pet pics all the way from now through Halloween, which, yes, is 11 days away from right now. Over downtown Baltimore, looking nice here this morning. Temperatures are cold. 34 in Owings Mills, 42 in Woodlawn. You're at 38 in Baltimore City. Some lower 40s for Essex and Middle River out through Dundalk. 40 in Bel Air at this time. We do have freeze warnings and more of you under freeze warnings this morning. All of Howard and Carroll counties, northern Baltimore County, all of Harford and Cecil counties under those freeze warnings. Frost advisories for Baltimore City down through Anne Arundel County. So basically that means our temperatures are cold, and hopefully you took care of those plants last night as that growing season nears the end. There's Daryl the Dragonfly buzzing around today. Numbers eventually a little bit warmer. We're talking upper 50s and lower 60s for this afternoon. In fact, high of 62 will still be below average, but that will be nicer than what we've seen the last couple of days. It will still be a bit breezy later today as well. If you do want to get the cars cleaned up, car wash cast Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, 3 greens across the board here as we're not really tracking any rain. Now, as we take a look at our future scan, staying dry for the next couple of days, taking you into late Saturday night and Sunday, that's when we'll have the potential of seeing a few showers roll in with what we call a coastal low. That's going to be moving in from the south, and that will bring us more cloud cover and possibly a few showers by Sunday afternoon, which means we could see a few drops over there at M&T Bank Stadium for the Ravens game. The Browns are in town. 1 o'clock kickoff on Sunday. Temps will be in the 60s, but again, we'll see that potential for a couple of showers on Sunday afternoon. Here's that 7-day forecast. 60s continue today, tomorrow, and into Saturday. We'll actually be close to 70 degrees on Saturday, but back to the mid-60s with some of that cloud cover Sunday, and then lower 70s early next week. Let's check in with Mark Jones to see what's going on. MTA and our mass transit. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. Look for train 843 on the Camden line to be about 10 minutes late for the commute start. Allow time for travel there. And Penn train 407, Penn train 511, and Brunswick train 890, all running about 5 minutes late. If your ride is on Light Rail Link, no delays or issues on time service from end to end on Light Rail Link and Metro Subway Link on time as well. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
The president once again turning to the nation's reserves to address high gas prices. How strategic is this, and will it put voters at ease 3 weeks before the midterms? I'm Atrell Nashar in Washington with a closer look coming up.
It is 5:54. Now to your consumer news. Prices have surged again to a nationwide average just under $4 a gallon after OPEC announced plans to scale back production. Prices are up 18 cents per gallon of regular in a month, according to AAA, but they have declined 7 cents in the past week. Still, drivers are paying nearly 50 cents more for each gallon over this time last year. Maryland's average gas price is now at $3.73. Well, during a speech about gas prices, President Joe Biden reveals more details of his historic use of Strategic Petroleum Reserve that will release 500,000 barrels of oil per day into the market during the month of December.
Yeah, critics call it irresponsible and argue his clean energy policies are keeping those prices high.
National correspondent Atra Al-Nashar has more from Washington.
Less than 3 weeks until Election Day, President Biden trying to counter voters' disapproval of his handling of the economy by tapping into the nation's Strategic Petroleum Reserve.
The Department of Energy will release another 15 million barrels.
Telling the Department of Energy to prepare for more releases if needed. The president says oil will be replenished when WTI crude is at or below $67 to $72 per barrel, about $12 lower than Wednesday's price. According to the Department of Energy, as of last Friday, the reserve held 405 million barrels, the lowest since 1984. The president's critics argue that's too low.
If we were to have a hurricane in the Gulf or another emergency, we would not be prepared. He's already used 1/3 of it.
But oil exchanges following hurricanes, when companies agree to replenish more oil than they took out, have historically ranged between 1 to 5 million barrels. Emergency drawdowns directed by presidents like after Hurricane Katrina and at the start of Operation Desert Storm have never exceeded 34 million barrels. Another political clash? Who's to blame for high prices? The president pointing to Russia's war, cuts by OPEC Plus, and oil and gas companies refusing to increase production.
You should not be using your profits to buy back stock or for dividends. Not now. Not while a war is raging.
Republicans and the oil industry say the president's efforts to shift away from fossil fuels have discouraged the production he's now calling for. A recent Harvard Caps Harris poll finds about 2 in 3 voters blame the president's policies for high gas prices. The question is, without President Biden on the ballot in these midterms, will voters still take out their frustration on Democrats?
It's ridiculous. I'm very frustrated right now, being a single mother and just trying to take care of the kids and the home.
It's funny that's politicized when something that's a worldwide problem.
In Washington, I'm Atra Al-Nashar reporting.
President Biden's release of more oil from the country's strategic reserves isn't likely to bring down prices. That's according to Gas Buddy author Patrick DeHaan. He says the move won't have a significant impact on prices, but it could put the country's energy security at greater risk. DeHaan thinks Biden needs to be doing more to boost the country's refining capacity.
If there's not enough refineries around to process that oil and turn it into things like gasoline, diesel, and jet fuel, we're still not in any better situation than we would have been. And so I think the administration, while they've looked at oil, should start focusing on what they can do to beef up our capabilities when it comes to refining that oil.
Biden denies politics are part of the equation, coming just weeks ahead of midterms. He says he's planning more releases later this winter.
The IRS is adjusting next year's tax brackets to keep in line with inflation. All 7 levels will be revised upward. Standard deductions will see the biggest increase since 1985. Joint filers will go up by $1,800. Singles will get another $900. Heads of households will see a $1,400 increase. The personal exemption will stay at 0. Our exclusive investigation found state officials told the Department of Public Works to issue a boil advisory nearly a full day before residents learned of an E. coli outbreak in their water last month. Just ahead this morning, city leaders still defending their response.
The City Police Union now weighing in on the ongoing squeegee debate. Coming up, how they're now calling out the mayor.
A hearing today will question changes coming to the Safe Streets program. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, I'll explain those changes and tell you what we can expect from the meeting.
Temps are cold this morning. We'll take a look at when we warm up coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for waking up with us on this Thursday, October 20th. I'm Megan Gillen.
And I'm Taylor Stewart. Let's check in with the weather. It's kind of cold out there, Justin.
Once again, yeah,
Once
temperatures
again.
in the 30s and 40s. Our little brief stint with winter time temperatures here. We still have freeze warnings and frost advisories going for the next 3 hours as we step outside here in our Towson camera shot. You can definitely see your breath this morning. You'll want that heater on in the car. 33 your number in Cockeysville right now. 37 in Towson. Actually a little bit warmer in Essex and Middle River over to Dundalk in the lower 40s, while we're at 35 waking up in Glen Burnie this morning. So a cold Thursday morning, sunny and breezy for the afternoon, and then those temperatures are going to warm up slightly starting today and as we get closer to the weekend. As I mentioned, definitely going to want to get the heater and the defroster potentially on your morning drive, as Mr. Bo says it is cold. Upper 30s next few hours. We're back with your full forecast coming up in just a few. Meg?
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network, we've got a live look at 895 and 95 here this morning. We're seeing volume picking up out there this morning. No major issues to report. We are following 3 big stories for you this morning in a city in crisis. Fox 45 News continues to demand answers from city leaders following an exclusive investigation into how the Department of Public Works handled last month's E. coli water contamination.
The debate over how to handle squeegee kids continues as one squeegee kid warns of increased crime if removed from street corners.
Plus, our investigation into the Safe Streets program continues as the effectiveness of the crime prevention program is put into question. Now, city leaders are taking matters into their own hands, holding an investigative hearing today.
And we've got live team coverage this morning. In just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will join us live with those concerns from the Baltimore City FOP regarding squeegee kids and how the mayor's defended his position.
But we begin with Olivia Dance and the questions surrounding the Safe Streets program. She's joining us live outside City Hall with a preview of the investigative hearing. Olivia, what's expected to come of this?
Well, Megan, the hearing is at 1 this afternoon here at City Hall. And at the meeting, council members will question leaders from the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, which runs Safe Streets, about recent changes made to the program. If you'll remember, last month, Mayor Brandon Scott announced he is restructuring how Safe Streets locations are managed. And David Williams, a taxpayer watchdog, says this hearing is an opportunity to rebuild trust with the community.
If there are problems with the program, this is the time to identify those problems and to move on, to move forward, to correct those problems. So this doesn't have to be a perfect hearing in any sense of the word. It's just, the first step in saying, this is what we've done. This is exactly the money that we've spent. This is where the money has gone to, and this is where we need to do better.
Fox 45 News has been investigating the program for almost a year now, and prior to the restructuring, there were 7 nonprofits managing the program. But now with the changes, LifeBridge Center for Hope and Catholic Charities will be the only groups overseeing the Safe Streets sites, and the Safe Streets restructuring is expected to be completed in January 2023. Back to you.
Olivia, we know the mayor's office funds the Safe Streets program, but does the data show that it's working?
Yeah, Taylor, exactly right. We know that the mayor continues to fund the program, but there's no clear data showing that it's actually effective. In fact, an internal report released earlier this year shows that shootings in some of the Safe Streets locations have actually gone up. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Olivia. Elsewhere in a city in crisis, many unanswered questions this morning after Fox 45 News pressed DPW Director Jason Mitchell and Mayor Brandon Scott about our exclusive investigation into an apparent communication breakdown when it came to the Department of Public Works' handling of the E. coli water contamination. Well, Mackenzie Frost reviewed hours of internal emails showing the city waited hours to tell the public about E. coli in the water in West Baltimore last month. She questioned the department's director about the delay.
We sent you an email yesterday. We didn't get a response. Do you know why the department didn't put out the boil water advisory Sunday as directed by MDE?
So we put out many different things on Sunday. Number one, our health department gave out information related to nursing homes or homes in the area. We issued a statement via social media Monday morning at 7:43 a.m. We also had boots on the ground.
But we know that MDE said that the tweet in the next door wasn't sufficient, and they told you multiple times to issue that BWA Sunday. Why didn't that happen?
We worked closely hand in hand with MDE throughout the entire process.
The tweet wasn't a BWA, though. It said you may want to consider boiling your water.
The boots on the ground, it definitely informed of the impacted area, especially during the holiday weekend. We knew we needed to get into the hands.
Fox 45 News has also learned the director of communications who was leading the charge on the discussion about the water contamination no longer works in that role. McKinsey tried to ask Director Mitchell about that staffing change, but he did not answer that question.
There are still questions about the timing of the notification and the clarity of the federal law.
Now, it is important to note that this investigation into the E. coli water contamination in West Baltimore last month has since been lifted, that boil water advisory.
And you can find all of the questions McKenzie asked leaders, as well as our full report on this exclusive investigation on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
A hearing to determine whether the 15-year-old suspect in the killing of Timothy Reynolds will be tried as an adult will be on November 17th. Reynolds was shot after a confrontation with squeegee kids this summer.
Now BPD's police union has stepped into the squeegee crisis debate, and the mayor also came out swinging. Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning from downtown Baltimore with the latest turn of events. Shannon.
Yeah, Megan, the city police union is calling out the mayor for not taking action. They want him to allow police to step in and remove squeegee kids from city intersections. Of course, we know that is not what's happening. So take a look at this tweet that they made just yesterday, and it was actually in response to a post that our Mackenzie Frost made yesterday as well. And in it, she was talking about a squeegee kid's warning that they will commit more crime if removed from city streets. So in response to that, the union says, quote, and in quotations, just good kids providing a service for money, that's all. But some have committed heinous acts against taxpayers just trying to get to work, and now they are threatening to do more. Our citizens don't have a chance as Mayor Brandon Scott's plan keeps cops on the bench. Well, so far, the mayor's office, which has attempted to find jobs for squeegee kids, has failed to keep them out of city intersections. Mayor Scott even doubling down on his stance on the issue in a press conference yesterday. But what the mayor calls panhandling, incoming city state's attorney Ivan Bates calls law breaking.
Talking about poverty. Anybody that knows that folks who are experiencing poverty are folks who are going to commit crimes. It doesn't matter if they're homeless, if they're squeegeeing, if they're breaking into houses, stealing cars. This is what we're talking about here.
Stepping off that sidewalk, going in and out of traffic is illegal. And as far as I'm concerned, we cannot do that.
Well, the Mayor's Squeegee Collaborative has not allowed our cameras inside any of their meetings, but we do know that they are working on a strategy that should be announced by the end of the month. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Fox 45 News has been covering this ongoing problem for months now. You can find all of our reporting on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Investors are watching the markets today as the housing data and weekly unemployment numbers are dropping. Just ahead, the good and bad news if you're looking to buy a home.
Oh, and stick with us this morning because you'll have a chance to see Jerry Seinfeld live in Baltimore. We're giving away a Seinfeld prize pack. Just wait for your cue to call in.
Cold temps once again. We do warm up later today and into the weekend. We'll take a closer look at it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. We are all local all morning. I've only worked here for like a year and a half, and Curtis is in the back right now pushing the buttons. And, you know, he and I are buddies, and then he like reads my mind because I was like, man, I wish we would change the Towson camera. And I walked over here and it changed. That is amazing, and I call it serendipitous happenstance. That's what it is right there. Serendipitous happenstance. All right, here's a look at your out-the-door cast. Jacket and sunglasses required today. No need for the umbrella. We'll take a closer look at those numbers that are going to be warmer after you get that run or your jog in this morning. We'll take a closer look at that in just a few.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
Everyone seems to have the same reaction. A barista taking his lattes to the next level. Brian Leonard is using a bamboo stir stick to apply food coloring to the foam, cranking out latte art in 2 to 4 minutes. Unbelievable. His dream of being paid to perform latte art at film festivals and events now coming true. He paints everything from the Foma Lisa to Matt Damon, Tom Hanks. They're all in his little lattes there. Look at that. Wow. Pretty impressive. He even has a signature line for everyone who praises him. Can you guess what it is? It's thanks a latte. Yes. Well, yet another dangerous situation involving a vacant home. The plan's in place now to take care of the issue and why some say this just isn't enough.
A trend on social media showing car thieves how to steal cars, the vehicles at risk, and what police are doing to get ahead of these TikTok trends.
A trend now on social media showing car thieves how to steal certain models of Kias and Hyundais. And the impact is being felt here in Maryland, with Howard County Police now issuing multiple warnings to drivers. Joining us now for this week's Fox Undercover, former police commissioner, current talk show host, Ed Norris. Good morning, Ed.
Morning.
So how do police get ahead of these things? This one's actually on TikTok. It was from the Kia boys, and it went across the country here. Now it's here in Maryland, where they're seeing an uptick in thefts in those certain model vehicles.
Yeah, I heard about this. And when you get something like this, where you have this clearly there's a design flaw. So, I mean, part of it's a manufacturer's problem. I would assume there'd be a recall to correct this somehow. There's got to be a way to fix this. But before that happens, which would be a long-term project, getting everybody in there, there's things I would do as a police, agency. So, they all have auto theft task forces, and they're out there. I would ask people who own those cars, we just put stickers in them that gave the police permission to stop you at any time with no reason.
So you put a sticker on your window and that just says, you know what?
Yep, you put a sticker on your rear window or whatever window you choose, and it gives you don't have to have a reason to stop. So no red light, no failure to signal. The police see the car, they can just pull you over and ask you a question and see your registration. We've done it in New York City. I think we did it down here as well. You have to be aggressive with this because otherwise you're not going to get ahead of this.
Yeah, right now, the only thing that they're saying now is what police forces are using. They're saying, put one of those bars that go across the steering wheel so that if somebody does get in and start your car, they can't go anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, you'll have to be creative with this, some kind of way to lock the wheels, and that's one of them. Okay. Because you can't, obviously you're not going to be able to fix this in the short.
Ed, do police use vehicles for bait, though, to try and catch them?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of ways we used to do this. There's some creative ways to do this. They use bait vehicles. As I mentioned, they do we call it Operation Night Watch, where you put stickers in the window at night. You can stop the cars, but you can do it with specific vehicles anytime. And also, we did something called Gotcha, where we'd have a roadblock set up. Mm-hmm. Targeting area where a lot of these cars were stolen or a route that they're driven along as they're stolen. And what we do is have a roadblock set up. Clearly, the people in the stolen car peel off right away. Yeah. They go right into the real roadblock, which is down the street that is, like a release valve, and we're waiting for them there. So there's ways to be creative.
Oh, yeah, lots of ways. All right, so something like this, but we're not blaming the victim here. Somebody who just went out and bought a vehicle. They happen to be one that's easy to steal. So police, though, the police departments ever go after the manufacturers themselves or even the insurance company saying, you know what, you need to solve this because we're wasting a lot of man hours on this?
You should. I mean, I did not have this problem when I was police commissioner with a certain vehicle. We used to monitor which ones are stolen the most and the like. But this is clearly a design flaw. And yeah, I would go after the manufacturer. You got to correct this because it's putting a lot of people, it's using a lot of man hours, putting people in danger. You're going to get into car chases, things like that. But I would actually pressure them to fix it.
All right, Ed Norris, thank you. You can always hear Ed every morning, Monday through Friday on Sports Radio 105.7 The Fan from 6 to 10 a.m.
All right, take a look at this. NASA's Webb telescope has captured a jaw-dropping image of the iconic pillars of creation. 6,500 light years away, this spectacular celestial formation where new stars are formed was first imaged by the Hubble telescope in 1995. The James Webb Space Telescope near-infrared camera captured the pillars of creation in what they've never seen before. Although the arches and spires look solid, they're actually semi-transparent clouds of gas and dust, and they're ever-changing. NASA hopes that studying the pillars of creation, they'll have a better understanding of how stars are formed.
Well, we would love to see your out-of-this-world Halloween decorations and fall festivities. You can send in your photos and videos, and you just might see them on air or online. Just head to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in. Well, meteorologist Justin Chambers joining us now. And you know what's not out of this world? All of this cold weather that we've been seeing. I mean, the last 2 days, it's just, not my favorite.
Yeah, that's all right. Just a little taste of winter. It's a preview. And by the way, today is National Chicken and Waffles Day.
Oh, so that'll warm you up.
Exactly. That can totally warm you up. We'll go over to Miss Shirley's after the show and have some chicken and waffles.
Actually, we're going next week. We talked about. We'll all get on the same page.
Okay, perfect.
All right, cool.
Justin and I are going today. You can come.
Oh, man.
We can go every day, as far as I'm concerned. We love Miss Shirley. So taking a look outside right now. Good morning, everybody. Happy Thursday. Friday is just around the corner. That's why we call this Friday Eve, and a purple Friday it will be because, of course, the Ravens will be back in town Sunday afternoon. Looking downtown Baltimore right now, everything looking good at this time. Temperature 39. That's your number at BWI Thurgood Marshall. A little southwest wind, about 6 to 10 miles an hour. We still have to deal with the wind later today, but we'll actually get a little bit warmer. A lot of us are waking up with freeze warnings and frost advisories. All the areas in purple under freeze warnings, which includes all of Harford and Cecil counties, as well as now Howard County. You're in that freeze warning. Carroll County, northern Baltimore County, Hopefully you took care of those plants last night. At least put like just a light blanket over them, or a sheet is basically all you need. As the kids get out to the bus stop, they'll need more than that. Make sure they are bundled up and ready to go. Upper 30s next hour, mid 50s through lunchtime, and into the lower 60s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for the afternoon. 67 is typically where we are this time of year. Most of us will be in the mid to upper 50s for Westminster and Cockeysville over to Bel Air. 62 in Baltimore City and 60 in Annapolis for today. These numbers will be about 4 or 5 degrees warmer than where we ended up yesterday. And that includes up and down the East Coast for Philly and Baltimore down through D.C., 60 down the ocean there in Ocean City. If you are doing some flying today, pilots, we're looking at a VFR day, visual flight rules. It will still be a bit breezy. Still have to deal with that crosswind component, too, especially with that southwest wind coming in about 210 later this afternoon. Here's a look at our future scan. Thursday afternoon, overall dry. We'll see a few clouds rolling in late tonight into tomorrow, but we do stay dry into this upcoming weekend. We are tracking our next weather maker. That's going to be what we call a coastal low developing, and this comes in late Saturday night into Sunday. You can see it on the right side of your screen. That's where we have some of this moisture. Some of the models do want to bring at least a few showers around for the area by Sunday afternoon, which means we could have some wet weather for that Ravens game on Sunday. 11 days out from Halloween, just 22 days now until Veterans Day. Oh, my goodness. 5 weeks from today is Turkey Day. That's right. Terrence the Turkey is doing his little jig right there. Tracy Jackson sent me this picture of Jelly Bean, and Jelly Bean, look at this, waiting for the great pumpkin. That is what Jelly Bean is doing. Our Halloween pet pics continue, and I love them. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. You can hit me on email. You can hit me on, I don't know if I still have I'm trying to think if I still have a MySpace account or not. I think I have AOL. I think I have AOL IM. Remember that thing, IM? You chat with people? Yeah. All right, 60s continuing today and tomorrow. Saturday, close to 70, mid-60s Sunday for the Ravens game. Again, possibly of just a few showers. But look at that, ladies. We're talking about lower 70s into early next week.
That's my language. Oh, let's head over to the Glenn Stoller Traffic Network. Here's a look at the traffic map. As you guys can see, it's all green, moving clear and smooth this morning. Now we'll check in with Mark for Mass Transit. Mark Jones at the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Taylor. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. You'll find Camden train 843 operating with a 10-minute delay. We've got Brunswick train 872 running 8 to 10 minutes late, and train 511 on the Penn line running about 5 minutes behind. Allow time for travel in those instances. Light rail link right on time. If that's your ride, no delays or issues there. And Metro subway link looking good between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station for travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
A community is shaken as 3 lives are lost to gun violence in one day. A look at the unsettling crimes we've just seen this last week.
The 17-year-old suspect charged in the murder of a Mervo High School student will be right here in court today. Coming up, we are live with the newest information in this case.
All right, trending now. It's usually a pricey item on the produce aisle, but volunteers in Pennsylvania are handing out free avocados.
And people are going crazy. Hundreds of people lining up for what organizers are calling Avogeddon. The freebies are due to a surplus of avocados in South America, which is crazy because there was a shortage a little while ago. The giveaway was put on by Sharing Excess, a group aiming to be more proactive in using produce before it spoils.
We've literally never seen a turnout like this for one of our pop-ups. It looks like it's a line going all the way down the highway, and we really appreciate folks for coming out. Obviously, you know, we want folks to be able to get all the avocados that they'd like, but we went through 3 truckloads a lot faster than we expected.
He is very excited and dressed like an avocado. He's really dedicated to this. Sharing Excess, by the way, works to redistribute more than 120,000 pounds of food each week, and it just so happened to be avocados this week.
Okay, grab a jacket this morning as temperatures are in the 30s and 40s. Our Weather Authority forecast is coming up as we track warmer temperatures for the weekend.
We're just weeks away from the general election and preparations are underway. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, I'll explain what city leaders are doing to prevent any issues from occurring. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Happening this morning, you've got a chance to see Jerry Seinfeld live in Baltimore. All this week, we're giving away a Seinfeld prize pack, and if you win a prize pack, that puts you in the running to win 2 tickets to the show. It's happening on October 20th. At the Meyerhoff.
Just wait for your cue to call. Caller number 10 will win the prize pack full of all sorts of goodies and will then be in the running to win tickets to the show. We're going to pick a grand prize winner tomorrow. And remember, you can watch Seinfeld weekdays on Fox 45 at 11:30 and midnight.
If your home sweet home looks more like a haunted house, we have your weekend plans. Just ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, learn how to spruce up your space for the holidays.
And the Steve Wilkos Show is now celebrating 15 years. Just ahead, why he didn't imagine his show to be going so strong for so long. 6:42 now, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning.
Fox 45 News has been covering issues with the Safe Streets program for almost a year, and today a hearing is being held to answer those questions from some of the leaders of that program. Olivia Dance joins us live now. And Olivia, what can you tell us about this upcoming meeting?
Well, Taylor, the hearing is at 1 this afternoon here at City Hall. And during the meeting, council members will question leaders from the mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, which runs Safe Streets, about recent changes made to the program. You may remember last month, Mayor Brandon Scott announced he is restructuring how Safe Streets locations are managed. The restructuring is expected to be completed in January 2023. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, we'll take a closer look at those changes and also how effective the program actually is. Back to you.
It is so Baltimore. Our sister station, the CW, is celebrating 15 years of the Steve Wilkos Show.
Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark got to chat with him in an exclusive interview. Tell me about that interview, Mark.
Yeah, I had a chance to talk with him. I asked him about his amazing journey from being a cop to having his own successful TV show and what advice he had for those trying to follow their dreams.
Just work really hard and don't be lazy. I tell that to my kids all the time because I was very content to be a policeman for the next 30 years and get my pension. But I took every opportunity that came my way. So when I was walking out of the police station at 1 o'clock in the morning and my friend said, "Hey, do you want to work the Jerry Springer show tomorrow?" I was like, yeah, even though I was tired and I didn't want to get up early the next day. I said, well, here's a chance to make some money. And I did it. And, you never know when a door opens, where it's going to lead to. And me saying yes to that little bitty opportunity led to just a wonderful TV career.
I love it when people make it and they do don't be lazy. He was walking out of his office and said, "Hey, you want to be on TV? Oh, I'm tired, but I think I'll take it."
Does that sound familiar?
No.
But, Steve is interesting. His wife is the executive producer of the show, so that helps. There's no sleeping in when your wife's saying go to work.
Yeah.
And it's amazing. I mean, he was just, people don't remember, he was just the cop on Jerry Springer, right? Just standing
bodyguard,
there.
basically.
He was the bodyguard.
The bodyguard.
Oh, yes, you're right.
Steve.
Yeah, they started chanting for him.
Right.
He became more popular than Jerry Springer, and then he got his own show, and here we are. I mean, when you said that, Mark, 16 years, I was like, holy cow, that guy's been on there that long? Wow.
That's shoot. I mean, and again, and like you said, Megan, it is funny because you're right. The opportunity, you never know what the opportunity is going to lead to. Shoot, I was in my basement a couple months ago, so yes.
We're
always
happy that
say
you're
yes.
here.
Always say yes. If someone says, "Hey, can you?" Yes, I can.
Yep, I like that.
It's like that Jack guy.
Always say yes.
Jack says yes. Right?
That's right. See, full circle here. Look at that.
Right.
We're hoping it comes full circle in terms of weather, and it's time for the sun now.
What do you want? You want warmer temps?
Yeah.
We'd like to hear a yes for that, for sure.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Justin says yes.
I say yes. And if I say yes, that's a good thing. Beautiful shot this morning, guys. Check this out. Our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. Nice little morning glow. Sun coming up here just about 30 minutes or so from right now. The good news is we will be warmer later today. We still have to deal with some of that wind as we head later into the afternoon. And it's still cold right now. I mean, a lot of us are right near that freezing mark in Frederick and Cockeysville. We're at 39 in Baltimore City, 37 in Bel Air and Westminster. That's why we still have freeze warnings and frost advisories. These are going to go until 9 o'clock this morning. Growing season getting closer to ending, especially when we have this cold snap that we've been dealing with for the last couple of days. Upper 30s next hour on your Rise and Shine cast. Low to mid 40s into that 8, 9 o'clock hour. And as we head toward the 10 o'clock hour, if you're heading out at Fells here this morning, 48 by 10 a.m. Into the later part of the afternoon, finally some upper 50s and lower 60s as opposed to those 50s we've had for the last 2 days. And even into happy hour this afternoon by about 5 p.m., we're still hanging on to a temp of about 60 degrees. Overall, a lot of sunshine, too. Carroll and Baltimore counties will be mainly in the mid to upper 50s for the Hereford zone and Cockeysville, Hunt Valley over to Eldersburg. 62 Baltimore down through Canton and Fells. 61 in Dundalk for you this afternoon. Numbers up and down the 95 corridor, mainly staying in those low to mid 60s for Philly and Baltimore down through D.C., even 57 in New York City today. Now, the good news, our temperature tracker, it's trending upwards. In fact, we're going to be close to 70 by Saturday. Numbers take a little bit of a dip Sunday, but notice we kind of stay right above that average line here starting tomorrow and into early next week, where we'll actually see some lower 70s back here. Here's a look at our future scan. Staying dry for the next couple of days. You'll see a few more clouds rolling in for tomorrow, but overall, not too much to get in your way. And staying dry as we head through the majority of the weekend. Now, Sunday, we are tracking a coastal low coming in from the east, so that will bring in a little bit more cloud cover and possibly a couple of showers just in time for the Ravens game. So if you're going to be tailgating on Sunday afternoon, or Sunday morning before that afternoon game, should be good to go. Just again, maybe a few showers later into the game. Browns are in town this week. Temperatures, though, still in the mid-60s. Loving these Halloween pet pic shots. Tracy Jackson sent me this picture of Jelly Bean. That is the doggy all dressed up, waiting for the great pumpkin. So thank you, Tracy, and I appreciate all of your emails, too. jcchambers@foxbaltimore.com. Yeah, there we go. Ravens helmet there on Sunday afternoon. As I mentioned, numbers will stay near or above average, and we got a lot of 70s on the way into the early part of next week. Taylor?
Make some autumn memories with your family and friends and go ahead and pick some pumpkins. Just ahead, what other family-friendly events await you at the annual Harbor Harvest Children's Fall Festival.
And jazz music will be taking over the Meyerhoff Symphony Hall today. How you can experience a night of music. But first, we're rocking out this morning with a coffee break.
In your consumer news this morning, as inflation soars across the country, many retirees are returning to the workforce to help make ends meet.
According to the Labor Department, 4.2 million Americans quit their jobs between March of 2020 and July of 2021. About half of those were older adults. And now many are finding their Social Security benefits and pension are not enough to cover their living expenses. Data shows about 1.7 million people have returned to the workforce after retiring.
Americans will be able to keep a bit more money in their pockets in 2023. The IRS is adjusting tax brackets and standard deductions to account for inflation. In 2022, the average single taxpayer making $100,000 would pay almost $14,000 in taxes. But given the adjustments in 2023, they would keep $500 of those dollars. While some say the change will help Americans deal with inflation, others argue it could do just the opposite.
It'll help fuel demand because people will be paying less in taxes, have a little more money to spend.
Inflation hits working class Americans, lower income Americans the hardest. And what this is doing is helping to protect Americans from the impact of inflation in terms of their taxes.
It'll be a while before you notice that change, though. It applies to the 2023 taxes, and those aren't filed until 2024.
President Joe Biden's release of more oil from the country's strategic reserves isn't likely to bring down prices. That's according to Gas Buddy author Patrick DeHaan. He says the move will not have a significant impact on prices, but it could put the country's energy security at greater risk. DeHaan thinks that Biden needs to be doing more to boost the country's refinancing capacity.
If there's not enough refineries around to process that oil and turn it into things like gasoline, diesel, and jet fuel, we're still not in any better situation than we would have been. And so I think the administration, while they've looked at oil, should start focusing on what they can do to beef up our capabilities when it comes to refining that oil.
Biden has announced plans to release 15 million more barrels of oil. He says the move is designed to offset OPEC's production cuts. Biden denies politics are part of the equation, coming just weeks ahead of midterms. He says he's planning more releases later this winter. Transgender students remain front and center of America's culture wars.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskin joins us from Washington this morning with the Assignment America report.
That's what we want.
The fight over transgender student issues far from settled. In Arkansas, families of 4 transgender youth taking the state to court over a law banning gender-affirming medical procedures to anyone under 18. The GOP in Michigan aiming to put a similar law in place to classify conducting irreversible gender transition procedures on minors as first-degree child abuse.
It's mental.
In Virginia, one Democrat taking the opposite approach, suggesting criminalizing parents for not supporting their child's gender identity.
This law is telling you, do not abuse your children because they are LGBTQ.
Guzman, who state Democrats now say won't introduce her bill, said she's responding to Republican Governor Glenn Youngkin's transgender policies in schools, which have also sparked student protests.
Well, we first have to have an investigation. You know, it could be a felony, it could be a misdemeanor.
Her comments in an interview with Nick Minach of Sinclair's WJLA, igniting a firestorm in Virginia politics.
This is exactly what the progressive liberal Democrats believe.
The ripple effects spilling into Virginia's congressional races. Democrat Jennifer Wexton distancing herself from the comments.
I can tell you that I do not think that parents should be charged with abuse and neglect for disagreeing with their kids about this decision.
The debate over transgender students comes as education remains a top 5 issue in many polls. And with control of Congress at stake, there's little room for error. In Washington, I'm Kayla Gaskins.
The City Police Union now weighing in on the debate over squeegee kids. Coming up, how they're now calling out the mayor.
A hearing today will question changes coming to the Safe Streets program. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, I'll explain those changes and tell you what we can expect from the meeting.
Temps are cold once again, but good news. We do have some warmer numbers on the way as early as this afternoon. We'll break it all down for you on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's do this.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good Thursday morning to you. It's October 20th, and it's chilly out there, isn't it, Meg?
It is very cold. However, what I'm seeing over your shoulder is spectacular. We have some sunshine out there hoping to warm things up.
Yeah, you know what? Let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers for a look at our forecast for today.
And that's exactly what we're going to be talking about, ladies, especially as we get later into the afternoon. Numbers are going to be about 4 or 5 degrees warmer than yesterday. Still some breezy conditions out there. There's the shot that Megan was talking about 20 minutes away from the sun coming up. It's just a gorgeous morning glow, albeit cold. There's no doubt about that. 30s area-wide. The only place we're seeing some 40s is right there for you in Dundalk and Middle River. Essex at 39, 34 in Joppatown, and we're currently at 36 in Baltimore City. So after our cold Thursday morning, it will be sunny and breezy this afternoon, and those temperatures are going to be warming up slightly. So definitely get the bun warmers on for your morning drive. Mr. Bo says it is cold. 39 next hour and mid-40s by 9 a.m. And we'll top out in the upper 50s and lower 60s for this afternoon. Again, those numbers a few degrees warmer than yesterday. And if you like that, I've got more of that where that came from in terms of warmer numbers for the weekend. We'll break it all down for you coming up, Meg.
All right, Justin, thank you. Now to the Lens Solar Traffic Network. We are seeing a slowdown on 95 southbound. This is just before the tunnel. Not seeing any incidents this morning, just some volume and some cars inching along in that area. We are following 3 big stories for you this morning in a city in crisis. Fox 45 News continues to demand answers from city leaders following an exclusive investigation into how the Department of Public Works handled last month's E. coli water contamination.
As well as the debate over how to handle squeegee kids, as one squeegee kid warns of increased crime if removed from street corners.
Plus, our investigation into the Safe Streets program continues as the effectiveness of the crime prevention program is put into question. Now city leaders are taking matters into their own hands, holding an investigative hearing today.
We have live team coverage for you this morning. In just a few minutes, Shannon Lilly will join us live with the concerns from the Baltimore City FOP regarding squeegee kids and how the mayor has defended his position.
But we begin with Olivia Dance and the questions surrounding the Safe Streets program. She's joining us live outside City Hall with a preview of the investigative hearing. Olivia, what's to come of this?
Well, good morning, Megan. And the meeting is at 1 this afternoon right here at City Hall. And during the meeting, council members will question leaders from the Mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, which runs Safe Streets, about recent changes made to the program. Last month, Mayor Brandon Scott announced he is restructuring how Safe Streets locations are managed. And David Williams, a taxpayer watchdog, says this hearing is an opportunity to rebuild trust with the community.
If there are problems with the program, this is the time to identify those problems and to move on, to move forward, to correct those problems. So this doesn't have to be a perfect hearing in any sense of the word. It's just, the first step in saying, this is what we've done. This is exactly the money that we've spent. This is where the money has gone to, and this is where we need to do better.
Fox 45 News has been investigating the program for almost a year now. And prior to the restructuring, there were 7 nonprofits managing the program. But now with the changes, LifeBridge Center for Hope and Catholic Charities will be the only groups overseeing the Safe Streets sites. And the Safe Streets restructuring is expected to be completed in January 2023. Megan Taylor, back to you.
Olivia, we know the mayor's office funds the Safe Streets program, but does the data show it's working?
Yeah, Taylor, that's exactly right. We know the mayor continues to fund this program, but there's no clear data that shows that it's actually effective. In fact, an internal report released earlier this year shows that the number of shootings at some Safe Streets locations have actually gone up. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Elsewhere, in a city in crisis, many unanswered questions this morning after Fox 45 News pressed DPW Director Jason Mitchell and Mayor Brandon Scott about our exclusive investigation into an apparent communication breakdown when it came to the Department of Public Works' handling of the E. coli water contamination. Mackenzie Frost reviewed internal emails showing that the city waited hours to tell the public about the E. coli in the water in West Baltimore last month. She questioned the department's director about the delay.
We sent you an email yesterday. We didn't get a response. Do you know why the department didn't put out the boil water advisory Sunday as directed by MDE?
So we put out many different things on Sunday. Number one, our health department gave out information related to nursing homes or homes in the area. We issued a statement via social media Monday morning at 7:43 a.m. We also had boots on the ground.
But we know that MDE said that the tweet in the next door wasn't sufficient, and they told you multiple times to issue that BWA Sunday. Why didn't that happen?
We worked closely hand in hand with MDE throughout the entire process.
The tweet wasn't a BWA, though. It said you may want to consider boiling your water.
The boots on the ground, it definitely informed of the impacted area, especially during the holiday weekend. We knew we needed to get into the hands.
Fox 45 News also learning the director of communications, who was leading the charge on some of this discussion about the water contamination, no longer works in that role. Mackenzie tried to ask the Director Mitchell, about that staffing change, but he did not answer that question.
Mackenzie also questioned Mayor Brandon Scott, who is standing by the statements he made last month that there was nothing wrong with communication.
You still stand by that statement?
I think, Mackenzie, you may think it's not the case, but overall, what matters is what the Department of MDE has said, and they said that we followed their protocols to a T.
MDE did not say that you guys followed it by a T. They told DPW multiple times on Sunday to issue the BWA, and it didn't happen.
No, I think that what you're saying is you're accusing DPW of ignoring what MDE said.
They did, according to the emails.
There are still questions about the timing of the notification and the clarity of the federal law.
It is important to note this is the investigation into the E. coli water contamination in West Baltimore from last month. That boil water advisory has since been lifted.
You can find all of the questions that Mackenzie asked leaders, as well as our full report on this exclusive investigation on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
A hearing to determine whether the 15-year-old suspect in the killing of Timothy Reynolds will be tried as an adult will be on November 17th. Reynolds was shot after a confrontation with a squeegee kid this summer.
Now BPD's police union has stepped into the squeegee crisis debate, and the mayor also came out swinging. Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning from downtown Baltimore with the latest turn of events here. Shannon.
Yeah, Megan, the city police union is calling the mayor out for not taking action. They want him to allow police to go in and remove squeegee kids from city intersections. Of course, we know that is not what's happening. But take a look at this tweet that they made just yesterday. It was actually in response to our Mackenzie Frost post that she made in regards to what a squeegee kid is saying, warning that they will commit more crime if they are removed from city streets. So in response to that, the FOP tweeted saying, quote, and in quotations, just good kids providing a service for money, that's all. But some have committed heinous acts against taxpayers just trying to get to work, and now they are threatening to do more. Our citizens don't have a chance as Mayor Brandon Scott's plan keeps cops on the bench. So far, the mayor's office has attempted to find jobs for squeegee kids, but has failed to keep them off of the intersections. Mayor Scott even doubling down on his stance on the issue in a press conference yesterday. But what the mayor is calling panhandling, incoming city state's attorney Ivan Bates calls law breaking.
Talking about poverty. Anybody that knows that folks who are experiencing poverty are folks who are going to commit crimes. It doesn't matter if they're homeless, if they're squeegeeing, if they're breaking into houses, stealing cars. This is what we're talking about here.
Stepping off that sidewalk, going in and out of traffic is illegal. And as far as I'm concerned, we cannot do that.
Well, the mayor's Squeegee Collaborative has not allowed our cameras inside of their meetings, but we do know that they are working on a strategy that should be announced by the end of this month. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
In the months since Timothy Reynolds was shot and killed by a squeegee kid, we've continued to see heated and sometimes violent exchanges with squeegee kids. Data from the Baltimore Police Department shows there have been more than 600 squeegee-related calls for service between July 1st and early October. Fox 45 News has been covering this ongoing problem for months now, and you can find all of that reporting on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
7:08 and happening today, the teenager charged in September's deadly shooting at Mervo High School will make an appearance in court today. The Baltimore City Board of Elections has a hearing today to discuss voting irregularities in the 2022 primary election and how to prevent them from happening today and again. And Baltimore City and the Baltimore County Health Departments are holding a joint monkeypox vaccination drive. It's happening at the Baltimore Eagle Bar and Nightclub from 7 to 10 tonight. You do have to sign up ahead of time. We have a link right now at foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
From the Live Center this morning, these 4 regions of Ukraine have been illegally annexed by Russia. They are officially under Russian martial law this morning. The order now allows Russia to use militia groups as defense forces to impose curfews, put restrictions on travel and public gatherings. Taking a live look over the White House, where President Biden calls that order an attempt to intimidate Ukrainian civilians as Putin finds himself in an incredibly difficult position. One of those difficult situations is in the annexed region of Kherson, the southern region of Ukraine, where Russian military leaders have replaced civilian leaders. But reports show Ukrainian offensives in Kherson are pushing back against Russian troops. The region could be the next spot of deadly combat as it serves as the only land route to the Crimea Peninsula that Russia seized back in 2014. Now, since Kherson's now under martial law, Russian authorities claim they've got the power to move Ukrainian civilians from the region. Russian-installed Kherson leaders say they will relocate up to 60,000 people from the front lines over the next week. We're taking you live to Brussels this morning, where the EU is meeting and expected to formally sanction Iran for supplying drones to Russia. Energy will be another big topic as Russia continues hitting Ukrainian power infrastructure. That's the latest from the Live Center. Megan, back to you.
Thank you. Here's a look at the stories making headlines here this hour. Continuing coverage of violence in Baltimore County schools. Project Baltimore reports the NAACP is now stepping in to help. We're going to show you how. But first, Howard County residents will see 2 familiar faces battling it out for county executive in 3 weeks. Incumbent Calvin Ball facing Alan Kittleman, who used to be the county executive. Kittleman joining us live right here in studio. We're going to be discussing why he believes residents should give him their support. That's coming up next.
And good morning from Rashfield, where Harbor Harvest Children's Fall Festival is going to be taking place this weekend. We've got the full scoop on all the activities that you'll be able to enjoy here with the family in just a couple of minutes. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local all morning.
7:14 here this morning. Howard County voters are going to see two familiar faces on the ballot this November 8th. Former County Executive Alan Kittleman is running to unseat Calvin Ball. Ball beat Kittleman back in 2018 to become the county executive. This morning, we have Kittleman live here in our studio with his fight to get that seat back. But before we jump into our discussion, let's listen into what Ball had to say to us on Tuesday morning on why voters should give him a second chance.
We both have 4 years of a record. So people can look at our record over our rhetoric. In public safety, we have actually seen a decrease in violent crime, a decrease in assaults, and we've increased our support, adding more money, more funding. We now have about 24 new patrol officers that are going to be coming online, the largest amount in the last 15 years. We fully implemented body-worn cameras. We have a fully working police accountability board, and we've been supporting our firefighters and EMS personnel, especially during this pandemic.
Well, now let's bring his challenger into this. Alan Kittleman joining us live this morning. Thank you for joining us. Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you for having me.
Of course, we heard from your challenger there mentioning a lot about public safety, saying that crime is decreasing. What is your response to that, knowing that you were the county executive just 4 years prior?
What I think is crazy about that is Dr. Ball's trying to tell all of us that crime is not a problem in Howard County. My response is, really? I've gone all throughout Howard County, talked to thousands of people. Not one person has told me that they feel safer today than they did 4 years ago. Our homicides hit record levels last year. We have a 100% increase in our carjackings. He likes to talk about crime going down. That's not what people feel in Howard County. Assaults, motor thefts, burglaries all have gone up from the first quarter of last year to the first quarter of this year. The problem is our police officers don't feel supported by the county executive. They feel like what they tell me, they call themselves firefighters. I said, what does that mean? And what that means is they come when you call. No longer are they in our community to be inactive. They're waiting to be called to situations, and that's not the best way to do community policing.
We know this is a top concern for many voters in Howard County. What's your plan? How would you change that?
No, we need to have those police officers have the support. We need to bring stability back to the police department. I mean, for the last 4 years, we've had a revolving door of leadership. We've had 3 police chiefs in 4 years. Previously, there were 3 police chiefs in 20 years. We need to have stability. We need to have a county executive that will support our police officers. We need to make sure our police officers are back out in the field. And we also need to have a county executive who is open and transparent about the problems we're facing. Dr. Ball wants us just to put our heads in the sand and just trust everything he says. It's not true. The facts are that violent crime rates have gone up, and we need to fix it.
You know, something else that he mentioned in his interview with us on Tuesday morning is his funding. And on your website, you actually highlight that you are the only candidate for county executive not accepting donations from special interest groups, including political parties, development companies. Why is that so important to you?
It's really important because I think the people of Howard County need to be able to trust their county executive. And this is the first time that program, it's called the Citizens Election Fund, has been available. So this is the first time. In the past, I raised money like everybody else did. Dr. Ball had the opportunity to take advantage of this fund. He chose not to. John Weinstein, the Democratic council member who sponsored the legislation, who's supporting me, he said that Dr. Ball came to him when he put the bill in saying, don't put the bill in. I'll never use it. This is not a good idea. Now Dr. Ball has chosen not to use it. He kept his word there. I'm using it because I think that people in Howard County need to be able to trust that their county executive is not beholden to any special interest, and I'm not. The only special interest to me is the people of Howard County.
Why did you want to run again? You could have just kind of gone a different direction. What's making you come back out 4 years later?
Because I love Howard County and because the people have talked to me about all the concerns they have. Our schools becoming more and more political. Our SROs being taken out of our schools because of politics. Our communities being less safe. We already talked about it. The higher cost of doing business and living in Howard County because of the tax increases from Dr. Ball and the undue influence of big donors, which we've already talked about. And also the ethics. You know, Dr. Ball brought his campaign into his office. 4 campaign staffers working in his county executive's office being paid by both the campaign and his office. He has not been transparent. He has campaign manager denying Public Information Act requests in his office. We just need a new change. We need somebody that people can trust.
All right. Candidate for Howard County Executive Alan Kittleman joining us live this morning. Thank you for your time. Good luck.
Great. Thanks.
Well, we do have more election coverage straight ahead at 7:30. We're going to dig into a ballot question in front of Baltimore City voters. And this has to deal with introducing term limits for the mayor, for city council, for comptroller. That discussion is coming up in just about 30 minutes. And make Or voter guide for all of our other reporting on the upcoming general election, important dates to mark on your calendar. You can point your phone right now at the QR code on your screen. That's going to take you right there, or head to foxbaltimore.com/vote2022. We're putting all of our interviews on there as well from all of the candidates here as we're hearing their final push towards Election Day. Well, our Thursday is off to another cold start. You are looking at some live pictures here around the region. It looks pretty. We've got some sunrises out there, but we're just hoping it warms up here soon.
Yeah, definitely. These are gorgeous shots, except for the one that went out. Oh, well, there we are.
There we go, some sunrise. Let's bring meteorologist Justin Chambers into this and see where we stand.
Yeah, we were talking about politics and the election coming up, and there's this side and there's that side. Two things that go together very well: chicken and waffles. As it is National Chicken and Waffle Day. I think we can all agree we at least like one of those two things. Looking outside right now, yeah, more of those gorgeous shots with the cold conditions. Those temperatures are near freezing for a lot of us right now. We always have those numbers posted right there on the right side of your screen, so you know exactly what the number is before you step outside. 36 your number officially at BWI Thurgood Marshall. That's the temperature for Baltimore that we take the official reading from. Ridge of high pressure centered in. We've got dry conditions here, still tracking that system that is well to the north and to the west of us. That's going up toward the Great Lakes region. That's what basically was responsible for bringing us all this cold air. And we've still got freeze warnings and frost advisories. More freeze warnings for you in Hartford, Cecil, and Howard counties and Carroll County as well. Even northern Baltimore County still under that freeze warning until 9 a.m. with frost advisories, the blue areas right there for Baltimore City and Arundel counties, as well as the Eastern Shore. Dealing with the frosty conditions this morning. As the kids get out to the bus stop, make sure they are bundled up. It's a cold morning for sure, but mid-50s by noontime. And when you pick them up this afternoon, we're talking about lower 60s. So it actually will be a little bit warmer today. Probably still at least a one club wind, golfers, as that southwest wind picks up through the afternoon, but temperatures rising to the 50s and 60s later this afternoon as well. 59 in Cockeysville, 62 in Baltimore City this afternoon. Temperatures around the country. You can see the colder air right here in the mid-Atlantic and the Great Lakes. Warm temperatures for the Central Plains, 84 in Dallas, 76 Oklahoma City, 90 in Phoenix for this afternoon. Good news is those fall colors continue to really pop, especially with those cold nights and the bright sunny days. We've already seen some peak fall colors in western Maryland, and we're getting close to peak right here in central Maryland, and we'll continue to see those leaves change over. Really tracking some dry conditions, possibly a few showers for the Ravens game on Sunday afternoon. Shout out to Candy Rodman, who sent us this picture of Sophie dressed up as a Ravens fan with that big old B and that chain. Thank you so much, Candy, for that shot. Our Halloween pet pics continue. Let me know how your pets are dressed up and celebrating the holiday, whether they like it or not. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. Here's our numbers. 66 tomorrow, upper 60s Saturday. We're back to the mid-60s Sunday again with a few showers possible, but then lower 70s into early next week.
Harbor Harvest Children's Fall Festival is happening this weekend here at Rashfield. Coming up next, we'll give you a preview of all the activities you can enjoy. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local all morning.
family-friendly fun awaits at the Inner Harbor this weekend.
With the Waterfront Partnership's annual Harbor Harvest Children's Fall Festival this morning for our hometown hotspots, we had meteorologist Amy Aronson downtown with a preview. Amy, it's a chilly morning out there for this. It feels fall-like.
Yeah, very fall, like some frosty pumpkins with us this morning. I'm joined by Melody Thomas, and we are gearing up for the Fall Festival happening on Sunday. You said 15 years, right?
15th year.
That's crazy and exciting. So if you haven't got your pumpkin yet, this is a chance to come out.
Come and get a pumpkin.
Get a pumpkin and decorate it while you're here. Do everything.
Absolutely, absolutely. So one of the activities that we'll have will be pumpkin decorating. Don't worry, parents, there'll be no paint this year. We've decided to go with these
It's way easier.
These fun stickers. Yeah, so this will be one of the mini activities. We have tons of free activities that'll be happening. We have a petting zoo. We have a moon bounce. We'll also have some ticketed activities like a pony ride and a carnival ride, face painting.
Oh my gosh, all the fall things. It's going to be a pretty weekend for it. It's all happening here on Sunday, and it's free to just kind of come out and enjoy the festivities, right?
Absolutely, yeah. So from 10 till 3, we'll be here. This entire park will be transformed into sort of like a country meets the city kind of feel. So hay maze and just tons of activities for kids to come and enjoy.
And I haven't been down here recently. Rashfield has really like transformed the area and brought some life to this area where there was really nothing before.
Absolutely. So we're actually just coming up on our 1-year anniversary. That'll be in November.
Awesome.
But, you know, we've had this, festival every year, and it's always been somewhat a bit of a construction site.
Yeah.
So it's really exciting to bring it with phase 1 already completed with the skate park and the nature play, and then, of course, what we're going to put together on Saturday.
Sunday,
cool.
sorry. Sunday, yes. Okay, cool. So
Sunday.
If people want to come out, where can they get more information?
Absolutely. So just go to our website, waterfrontpartnership.org. We also have an Eventbrite. We have a Facebook event. People can register. We do suggest buying tickets, especially for some of the activities. It will be busy.
Of course.
But yeah, just come down and check us out from 10 to 3.
Okay, awesome. Well, we've also got the information up on our website, so if you want to check that out and get more information, head over to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. And Megan Taylor, we were saying it's perfect timing because Ravens game's at 1 o'clock, so you can come here with the family first, maybe tire out the kids a little bit, get your pumpkin, decorate it like Melody did, and then you're all good.
That looks pretty good.
Weekend plans all ready to go there. All right. And thank you so much, Amy. And speaking of fall, we're already receiving your fall pictures. Melody sent us these 2 beautiful photos. This one on the left is that fall scenery. Oh, beautiful, gorgeous shot there. And on the right, a shot of the moon between some trees. Can you see that moon, Meg?
Oh, I see it, teeny tiny in that little perfectly framed shot there.
Oh, that's
wow,
cute.
well done.
Well done. That is nice. All right, we want to see how you're getting in the spooky mood, though. Send us your photos and videos. You might see them here on air or online. Just head to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in.
And still to come this morning, we are giving away free tickets to see Jerry Seinfeld live when he comes to Baltimore. Stay tuned and be ready with your phone for your cue to call in and win.
But first, after a recent spike in school violence in Baltimore County, the local NAACP is stepping in. What they're trying to do coming up. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Project Baltimore is sponsored by the Snyder Law Group. Call 410 the Firm. Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning. Thank you for waking up with us. It's Thursday, October 20th. I'm Megan Gillen.
Yes, and I'm Taylor Stewart, and I'm just excited to be here on this very chilly Thursday.
Yeah.
But I'm excited because this weekend it's going to warm up, apparently.
Apparently. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has the answers.
Yeah, and you got to be in the room where it happened, essentially, to find out exactly what's going on with that forecast. That's what we're talking about, with numbers that are going to be warmer starting today and then heading into that upcoming weekend. Beautiful shot right now. If you have a moment to take a look at your TV screen, that sun rising in Towson this morning from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. Really nice shot right there. And temperatures that will continue to warm up. We're at 31 in Cumberland, mid to upper 30s from Hagerstown and Westminster over to Baltimore City. 32 in Laurel, 29 in Gaithersburg. So that's why we have those freeze warnings in effect. So definitely get the leggings on this morning on your jogging cast. Out for a run or a jog next couple of hours. Temps will remain cold. But the good news is high of 62 today, mid 60s Friday, and close to 70 on Saturday afternoon. We'll take a closer look at the weekend in terms of if there's any rain that's in our future. We'll break that down coming up.
Baltimore County schools under fire as an almost daily barrage of online videos showing violence and fighting has reached disturbing levels.
As Project Baltimore's Chris Papps explains, a powerful civil rights group says school leaders must get control of the situation now or step aside.
We are at a crisis. We're at a breaking point.
It's become almost daily. Videos surfacing of violent fights in Baltimore County public schools. Perry Hall, Towson, Delaney, Lansdowne. The problem is county-wide.
Yes.
And Ryan Coleman, the president of the Randallstown chapter of the NAACP, is demanding that school leadership get control.
And we cannot continue to have bad behaving students affect the entire environment for the other 90% of the students that want to learn and want to be in school.
The NAACP has been sounding the alarm on this issue. Last December, the civil rights group sent this letter to the Baltimore County School Board saying the surge in violence is unacceptable. A few months later, Coleman met with school leaders to discuss solutions. But he says the problem got worse.
We're very concerned because this is now a civil rights issue for the children.
So last week, the NAACP wrote school leaders again, calling for a new approach to discipline that includes long-term suspensions for violent behavior, followed by interventions to address the root cause of the violence. After that, if the violence continues, Coleman says the student must be removed from the school and placed in an alternative school or virtual learning program.
For me, this is really the school to prison pipeline here, okay? We're not showing our children what proper behavior is. And so they leave school thinking it's okay to hit a person.
The NAACP's approach is a departure from current state guidance. The Maryland State Department of Education, about 15 years ago, noticed students of color and those with disabilities were being disproportionately suspended. In 2014, President Barack Obama's Secretary of Education even came to Baltimore to discourage districts from suspending students. From 2007 to 2019, the year before COVID, suspensions dropped statewide by 61%. In Baltimore County during that same time period, suspensions went down just about 50%. But the state didn't stop there. Under Maryland law, if a school has too many suspensions, it can now be labeled persistently dangerous. If that happens, the school can be placed on probation. Parents are notified, students can transfer, corrective plans are drafted. Maryland has roughly 1,500 schools. As of 2021, 0 were labeled persistently dangerous. Coleman says the reason is obvious.
They don't want to be on that list, right? The bottom line, Chris, is that African American students were suspended more than other students, okay? And that's a real thing. The data shows that. But it seems that now we've gone all the way to the other side now. We don't want to suspend the kids that probably need to be suspended.
There's a narrative in the community that we are not holding students accountable for their behaviors. That simply is not true.
At a virtual town hall last week, BCPS Superintendent Dr. Darrell Williams addressed parent concerns about the increasing violence.
We are taking action.
Dr. Williams called on parents and the community for help, saying the values instilled at home have a tremendous impact in school. Williams says the district has strengthened its safety processes and rules while adding more support for schools. This approach, he said, is working.
And whatever discipline is taking place really isn't having an effect.
But Coleman tells Project Baltimore time is running out. If the violence is not brought under control soon, his organization is prepared to call for another type of solution.
Do you think Dr. Darrell Williams needs to be replaced?
I think we're getting close to that, to be honest with you. At some point, we have to get some people in here that can do the job.
I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
Electric scooters are ending up in the Inner Harbor. How Baltimore leaders are hoping to address it.
And are you feeling lucky? You could win a chance this morning to see Jerry Seinfeld live in Baltimore next week. Our giveaway is straight ahead.
And we're waking up to another cold morning, but temperatures are warming up. Meteorologist Justin Chambers with when you can shed the winter jacket.
.40 is your time right now. We're just 20 minutes in front of 8 o'clock on your Friday Eve, getting ready for Purple Friday tomorrow. Of course, the Ravens back at home, M&T Bank Stadium, Sunday afternoon. Should be pretty good weather. May have a shower or two to dodge as you get out and toward the middle of the game, but we'll talk about that in our full forecast in a moment. 39 here in the next couple of hours there in Owens Mills, and numbers by noontime will be into the mid-50s, on our way to some lower 60s this afternoon. Definitely warmer than we've been the last couple of days. We're back with that full forecast, as I mentioned, coming up in just a few. Megan?
All right, Justin, thank you. Making headlines this morning. You might be familiar with Baltimore's electric scooter system, allowing people to pick up a ride anywhere in town. But recently, those scooters have been turning up at the bottom of the Inner Harbor.
And check this out. A recent recovery effort by the Baltimore Department of Transportation found more than a dozen scooters in the water. DOT says it's the first dive they've done since COVID, and they're trying a new program to keep the scooters, to help program those scooters to keep their distance from the water's edge.
Baltimore City voters could limit how much time the mayor, city council members, and comptrollers spend in office. After the break, a live discussion on Question K and its impact on the city.
And stick with us this morning because you will have the chance to see Jerry Seinfeld live in Baltimore. We're giving away a Seinfeld prize pack. Just wait your turn and for that cue to call in. In just 19 days, voters in Anne Arundel County and Baltimore City will make critical decisions about term limits. Anne Arundel County voters will decide on a 3-term limit for elected officials on county council. Baltimore City voters will decide on a 2-term limit for the mayor, comptroller, and city council members. To discuss Baltimore's term limit, Dylan Diggs, he's a former member of the Frederick County Charter Review Commission and the author of a new report from the Maryland Public Policy Institute. Thank you so much for joining us.
Good morning. How you doing?
I'm great, but let's get into Question K. Let's talk about how could Question K, which pretty much asks people, do you want to see term limits here in our area? How could that change the fabric of politics, particularly in Baltimore?
Yeah, I think one of the really benefits of term limits is that they allow for churn among county officials and city officials, and so. When folks are considering this in Anne Arundel and Baltimore County, and particularly in Baltimore City, what they're doing is not just limiting, say, you can only run for 2 terms and that's it. What they're doing is that, hey, you can run for 2 terms, but you got to take a break after that. You got to take a break for 1 term, and maybe either you run for a different position or you go back into the community, go back to the business. And what this allows is for opportunities for new voices, younger voices, different voices, voices of different color to come into city offices. And so it's, or not, I mean, it might not, but at least it puts them on the defense, puts the politicians on the defense. And I think that's what we could all use.
Well, critics would say that Question K could destabilize the city's government or hamper the ability of elected officials to enact meaningful policy that could take some time. What do you say to that?
I mean, we live in a democracy, and our city is based on democratic institutions. And sure, democracy does lead to checking with the voters every 4 years. And I think that's what we want. And regarding if it's stability or what we want is managed change. And folks in Baltimore City and folks all over the state and all over the country have been experiencing a crisis of trust in government and trust in institutions. I think this is a great way to inject more voice and more competition into the public.
And that's what we'll see on the ballot here November 8th, Question K. Thank you so much for speaking with us, Dylan Diggs.
Thank you. Have a good one.
And be sure to check out our voter guide for all other reporting on upcoming general election stuff, the important dates to mark down on your calendar, as well as every other candidate we've also interviewed here. Take your phone and point at your screen for that QR code. It will take you straight there, or you can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote2022. It is a cold morning as winter is making a brief appearance. You're looking at live pictures around the region, but things will be warming up soon. Gorgeous shots here as the sun comes up. But let's get over to Justin Chambers, our meteorologist. Tell me today, Justin, will the weather be warm? Is that sun deceiving or what?
No,
it's you do. You got rays of light coming out of you.
Very nice. Very nice. Thank you. Thank you, ladies.
Yep. Taking the rays. Take it all in.
I'm just thinking about chicken and waffles. That's
Me
all I'm thinking.
too.
Yeah. It's National Chicken and Waffle Day. That's why I say that. But we're always thinking about food here on the morning show. Hopefully enjoying your breakfast with us. We appreciate you being here live and local all the way until 10 o'clock. And yeah, it is going to be a bright, sunshiny day. That's what Jimmy Cliff said. So we're going to enjoy that today with numbers that will be a bit warmer. As you rise and shine with us, enjoy some coffee and breakfast. Upper 30s next hour. On our way to the mid 40s by 9 a.m. and upper 40s by 10. Sun will be up until 6:21 tonight. Those daylight hours continue to shrink as we get closer into winter. And it's a little brief taste of winter with these temperatures. But again, today those numbers will be a bit warmer. 57 for you Westminster up into Hampstead and Manchester. 60 in Perry Hall and Whitemarsh over to Lutherville and Timonium in the upper 50s for this afternoon. And numbers down for Howard and Anne Arundel counties in those upper 50s and lower 60s. Ellicott City down there at 59. 60 in Odenton. 61 in Severna Park. I got to go see my buddy Yancey over there at Antwerp. And hopefully he'll say yes, because I know Jack does. So low to mid and upper 60s here across the region for Philly and Baltimore down through D.C. this afternoon. 62 in Richmond and 55 your number in Cumberland. Pilots, not a bad day to fly. Still a bit breezy at times. We're talking visual flight rules, which means VFR. We like when we see that. But again, we've had those crosswinds for the last couple of days, and we're still going to have a pretty strong southwest wind throughout the afternoon. But what that does for all of us is help to warm us up. That's what we're going to see in our future scan. Staying dry with plenty of sunshine. A few clouds late tonight into early tomorrow morning. It'll be chilly again on Friday morning, but warming up nicely on Friday afternoon. Saturday looks even better. We are tracking the potential for at least a few showers to try to work in late Saturday night into Sunday morning. You can see some of the latest model runs now bringing a few of those showers in by Sunday afternoon. And yes, that is Ravens game day, so just be aware you may need the Ravens rain jacket to put on for that. By the way, you can dress up like a Ravens fan, or at least your dog can, like Candy Rotman did right there. That is Sophie the dog with that big old Baltimore bee and that chain around its neck. Hopefully it's not too heavy. So thank you, Candy, for your Halloween pet picks, and keep them coming. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. And yeah, speaking of the game on Sunday, we're seeing temperatures that'll be in the mid-60s. Should be a great morning for tailgating. Again, possibly a few showers by Sunday afternoon. Checking that 7-day forecast, we'll keep those numbers going up. Now, mid-60s Sunday, but then back into the lower 70s for the first couple of days of next week.
Job of the Day is sponsored by Antwerp Auto Group.
Getting Maryland back to work. It is time now for our Job of the Day. Baltimore Clay Works is looking for a development director. And this person is going to be in charge of creating and providing oversight of the fund development program. For more information, go to foxbaltimore.com. And if you're an employer with jobs that need to be filled, please send your information to news@foxbaltimore.com.
Do you know why the department didn't put out the boil water advisory Sunday?
Fox 45 News questions the head of DPW after our exclusive investigation revealed the city did not inform residents of a boil water advisory sooner, despite directions from the state.
And get your phones ready because you are getting the chance to see Jerry Seinfeld live in Baltimore. We are giving away a Seinfeld prize pack. Just wait for your cue to call.
But first, I think we're getting a call. I got a call coming in.
Yeah, definitely a coffee break calling.
Definitely, yeah.
$7.54 and happening now. It is your cue to call to win a Seinfeld prize pack. This is what we've been telling you about. Then you're going to be in the running to win 2 tickets to see Jerry Seinfeld live at the Meyerhoff on October 28th. Call the number on your screen right now, 410-481-4545, and caller number 10 is going to win that prize pack. Seinfeld, by the way, airs on Fox 45 weekdays at 11:30 and midnight. Good luck. It is So Baltimore. Our sister station, the CW Baltimore, is celebrating 15 years of the Steve Wilkos Show.
And Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark got to chat with him in an exclusive interview.
That's right. It's hard to believe it's in the 16th season. I asked Steve, what can we expect for this new season?
We're going to see some big changes because, one, we built out a new studio, and the studio looks great. It's awesome what they did. And then the second thing is, after 2 years of not having an audience with the pandemic. We have an audience back, which is, you just don't realize how important that is. I don't know for any other shows, but for me it is, because, you know, in the last 2 years I had to do shows. When you're doing these really emotional shows and there's no energy in the studio, it's really hard to do.
Steve. Of course, it airs at 2 o'clock on the CW. You can hear the whole interview on Be More Lifestyle this afternoon. So, guys.
The City Police Union is weighing in on the debate over squeegee kids coming up, how they're calling out the mayor.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good Thursday morning. It's October 20th, coming up on 8 o'clock right now. I'm Taylor Stewart.
And I'm Megan Gilland. Let's bring meteorologist Justin Chambers into this. A lot of people have been complaining about the temperatures lately.
Yeah.
Directing it towards you.
Yeah, I know. That's fine. I've done this long enough, so I get a lot of complaints. And then when everything's fine, I don't get any of the,
We're happy with you this afternoon, though.
Okay, good. Yeah. Temperatures will be warmer today. We were in the mid to upper 50s last 2 days. We did have that cloud cover around and the wind. We're still going to have to deal with some wind this afternoon, but it is going to bring in warmer temperatures. So a live look over downtown Baltimore right now. Still have mainly clear skies. Lots of sun today, but again, a bit of a breezy afternoon with those temperatures that will warm up slightly throughout the day. In fact, the next couple of hours steadily rise in upper 40s by 10 a.m. and then low to mid 50s as we get into the noon hour. Should top out in the lower 60s for a lot of us later today. And that's going to be a little closer to average for mid to late October. We're back with that full forecast for you over on that big green wall. We'll do that in a few minutes from right now. Taylor?
All right, let's check traffic here at the Len Stoller Traffic Network. Oh, look at that nice shot there. We've got a shot of, I'm not quite sure where this is, but it's moving smoothly. And we will give you another update to come.
8 o'clock now, and we are following three big stories for you this morning in a city in crisis. Fox 45 News continues to demand answers from city leaders following an exclusive investigation into how the Department of Public Works handled last month's E. coli water contamination.
The debate over how to handle squeegee kids continues as one squeegee kid warns of increased crime if removed from street corners.
Plus, our investigation into the Safe Streets program continues as the effectiveness of the crime prevention program is put into question. Now, city leaders taking matters into their own hands, holding an investigative hearing today. Olivia Dance will be joining us live outside City Hall with a preview of that hearing and what is expected to come of it. Olivia.
Well, Megan, the hearing is at 1 this afternoon right here at City Hall. And during the meeting, council members will question leaders from the mayor's Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement, which runs Safe Streets, about recent changes made to the program. Now, if you remember last month, Mayor Brandon Scott announced he is restructuring how Safe Streets locations are managed. David Williams, a taxpayer watchdog, says this hearing is an opportunity to rebuild trust with the community.
If there are problems with the program, this is the time to identify those problems and to move on, to move forward, to correct those problems. So this doesn't have to be a perfect hearing in any sense of the word. It's just, the first step in saying, this is what we've done. This is exactly the money that we've spent. This is where the money has gone to. And this is where we need to do better.
Fox 45 News has been investigating the program for almost a year now. And prior to the restructuring, there were 7 nonprofits managing the program. But now with the changes, LifeBridge Center for Hope and Catholic Charities will be the only groups overseeing the Safe Streets sites. And the Safe Streets restructuring is expected to be completed in January 2023. Back to you.
Olivia, we know the mayor's office funds the Safe Streets program. Does the data show it's actually working out?
Yeah, Taylor, we know that the mayor continues to fund the program, but there's no clear data that shows that it's actually effective. In fact, an internal report that was released earlier this year shows that in some Safe Street locations, the number of shootings have actually gone up. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, Olivia, thank you. Elsewhere in a city in crisis, many unanswered questions this morning after Fox 45 News pressed DPW Director Jason Mitchell and Mayor Brandon Scott about our exclusive investigation into an apparent communication breakdown when it came to the Department of Public Works' handling of the E. coli water contamination. Mackenzie Frost reviewed hours of internal email showing the city waited hours to tell the public about E. coli in the water in West Baltimore last month. She questioned the department's director about the delay.
We sent you an email yesterday. We didn't get a response. Do you know why the department didn't put out the boil water advisory Sunday as directed by MDE?
So we put out many different things on Sunday. Number one, our health department gave out information related to nursing homes or homes in the area. We issued a statement via social media Monday morning at 7:43 a.m. We also had boots on the ground.
But we know that MDE said that the tweet in the next door wasn't sufficient, and they told you multiple times to issue that BWA Sunday. Why didn't that happen?
We worked closely hand in hand with MDE throughout the entire process.
The tweet wasn't a BWA, though. It said you may want to consider boiling your water.
The boots on the ground, it definitely informed of the impacted area, especially during the holiday weekend. We knew we needed to get into the hands.
Fox 45 News has also learned the director of communications, who was leading the charge on the discussion about the water contamination, no longer works in that role. Mackenzie tried to ask Director Mitchell about that staffing change, but he ignored our question.
Mackenzie also questioned Mayor Brandon Scott, who is standing by the statements that he made last month, that there was nothing wrong with communication.
You still stand by that statement?
I think, Mackenzie, you may think it's not the case, but overall, what matters is what the Department of MDE has said, and they said that we followed their protocols to a T.
MDE did not say that you guys followed it by a T. They told DPW multiple times on Sunday to issue the BWA, and it didn't happen.
No, I think that what you're saying is you're accusing DPW of ignoring what MDE said.
They did, according to the emails.
Well, there are still questions about the timing of the notification and the clarity of the federal law.
Now, it is important to note this is the investigation into the E. coli water contamination in West Baltimore from last month. That boil water advisory has since been lifted.
You can find all of the questions Mackenzie asked leaders, as well as our full report on this exclusive investigation on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
A hearing to determine whether the 15-year-old suspect in the killing of Timothy Reynolds will be tried as an adult will happen on November 17th. Reynolds was shot after a confrontation with a squeegee kid back in July.
Now, BPD's police union has stepped into the squeegee crisis debate, and the mayor also came out swinging. Shannon Lilly joining us live this morning downtown with the latest turn of events here. Shannon.
Well, the police union is calling out the mayor for not taking action. They want police to be able to step in and remove these squeegee kids from city streets. Of course, we know that is not what's happening here. So let's take a look at this post that they made on Twitter just yesterday. It was actually in response to our Mackenzie Frost post that she made regarding a warning from a squeegee kid that says that if they're removed from city streets, they say there will be more crime. So in response to that, the police union says, quoted in quotations, "Just good kids providing a service for money, that's all." But some have committed heinous acts against taxpayers just trying to get to work, and now they are threatening to do more. Our citizens don't have a chance as Mayor Brandon Scott's plan keeps cops on the bench. Well, we know that so far the mayor's office, which has attempted to find jobs for these squeegee kids, has failed to keep them off of the intersections. Mayor Scott even doubling down on his stance on this issue at a press conference yesterday. But what the mayor is calling panhandling, incoming city state's attorney Ivan Bates calls law-breaking.
Talking about poverty, anybody that knows that folks who are experiencing poverty are folks who are going to commit crimes. It doesn't matter if they're homeless, if they're squeegeeing, if they're breaking into houses, stealing cars. This is what we're talking about here.
Stepping off that sidewalk, going in and out of traffic is illegal. And as far as I'm concerned, we cannot do that.
Well, the Mayor's Squeegee Collaborative has not allowed our cameras inside its meetings, but we do know that they are working on a strategy that they are set to announce by the end of the month. Reporting live in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
We've been closely following issues related to squeegee kids. You can find all of that reporting on our website, foxbaltimore.com. The president again turning to the nation's reserve to address high gas prices. Just ahead, the reasons why some say this will not work. And if you missed our 7 o'clock hour, tomorrow will be your last chance to win a Seinfeld prize pack. Be sure to be on the phone tomorrow morning for your cue. Call in and win possibly that grand prize to see Jerry Seinfeld in Baltimore.
Temperatures cold this morning, but don't worry, we've got some warmer numbers as early as this afternoon to look forward to. We'll take a closer look at that coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. Stay with us.
8:14, gas prices surging again to a nationwide average just under $4 a gallon after OPEC announced plans to scale back production. Prices are up 18 cents per gallon in a month, according to AAA, but they have declined 7 cents in the past week. Still, drivers are paying nearly 50 cents more per gallon compared to this time last year. In Maryland, we are paying on average $3.72, just 10 cents below the national average. Hasn't been pretty. We know President Biden announcing just recently an additional 15 million barrels of oil to be released from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve to try and help with these gas prices. This morning, David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance is joining us live to weigh in on this decision. David, good morning. Is this a temporary fix? Will it last?
Good morning, Megan. And this is window dressing. This is not a real solution, because if you look at what's being released, 15 million barrels of oil. Now, the country uses about 600 million barrels of oil a month. So 15 million is not a lot. And now we're depleting this reserve. Almost 200 million barrels have been taken out of this reserve since the springtime. And as you said, we see gas prices going up. Right. And quite frankly, wintertime is here. And forecasters are saying there's going to be about a 22% jump in energy prices. And quite frankly, that's why the Biden administration is doing this. They're trying to temper this. But this is, again, window dressing. It's not going to achieve long-term success. And you look what's happening in a few weeks, an election.
I want to ask you on that, David. What would offer a long-term solution?
So there are two things, and I don't know why, but the state of Maryland has dropped this idea of a gas tax holiday. We were talking about this in May and June, and it's a fantastic idea, especially now that the gas tax is higher. In Maryland, it's 43 cents. That is immediate relief. You have the state of Maryland as a $2.5 billion surplus. The state can afford this without going broke. And imagine going to the gas pump after the show and seeing that it's 43 cents a gallon cheaper. I mean, this is really going to help people. And they're not talking about this anymore. And I have no idea why. So that is the immediate way to help people.
David, you mentioned something else that I don't want to just brush aside. The Biden administration doing this despite their claim of a decrease in gas prices over the last couple of months here. You mentioned the election, November 8th, just a few weeks away now. Does that have anything to do with this? What are your thoughts?
So it sure does. And I think a lot of their policy decisions right now, whether it's student loan relief, whether it's the reserves of the oil, it's all about November 8th and the election. And, people know that gas prices are high. And, it's really a change in what they've been talking about. As you mentioned, in the summer, they said, oh, gas prices are going down. Well, they're going back up again. And people, they don't want to hear politics. They want to be able to feed their kids, feed their family, and fill up and not be broke after they fill up. And that's why we need long-term and short-term solutions to this.
Well, maybe with an election day just a couple weeks away, that could help here in Maryland. As with that gas tax holiday, that would look good come the election.
It sure would. And, Peter Franchot, a Democrat, has talked about this. Governor Hogan, a Republican, has talked about this. Right. That's why I'm confused, Megan, is that Republicans and Democrats alike have embraced this idea of a gas tax holiday. Just do it.
All right. David, thanks for weighing in. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
It's 8:18 here this morning. We want to check back in with meteorologist Justin Chambers and take a look at that forecast. Pretty chilly out there still.
Yeah, absolutely, Megan. But don't worry, our numbers are going to go back up as we head into the later part of the afternoon. In fact, today will be warmer, and then tomorrow will be even warmer still as we look out over M&T Bank Stadium. Ravens are going to be there on Sunday afternoon. You can see the poles right there for that new Topgolf that's going in near the stadium. Excited about that. Maybe you like to get out there and hit a couple of golf balls today. Why not? 40 your temp right now in Baltimore. That's your BWI official number. Southwest wind about 5 to 10 miles an hour. We still have to deal with that southwest wind later today, and we still have freeze warnings and frost advisories that'll go at least for the rest of this hour. Should be able to expire at 9 a.m. on time. Hank the Bird out there? Yeah, he's excited for the day today with temperatures that will warm up. 44 by 9 a.m., 56 by noon. On my way into work this morning, and Mark Clark's probably going to know this reference. Remember that song by The Time called The Bird? Whoa, how you doing? Whoa, whoa, whoa. And he goes like, and I was like, that's Hank the Bird in the Time song. So, yeah, Hank was, he's a He was doing it back old school style. All right, 67 for your high today. That's the average. We're going to be below that, but only by about 5 degrees. Upper 50s and lower 60s across central Maryland. If you do want to get the car cleaned up, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, no issues. 3 greens across the board. We stay dry here throughout the next couple of days. We'll see a few clouds around late tonight till tomorrow morning, but overall looking pretty good into Saturday as well. So very nice conditions the next few days. We are tracking our next weather maker, which is going to bring some rain to us by the time we head into Sunday morning and even into Sunday afternoon, which means it'll probably be a little bit wet out there for the Ravens game at M&T Bank Stadium. So just plan for that. Browns are in town this weekend, 60s for kickoff, and we keep the 60s around through the afternoon. I love this shot from Peggy and Dan in Elkridge. Look at Hercules. Hercules. Look at the cat right there looking at the cardboard cutout kitty. Yeah, I think they're friends, or maybe Hercules is a little suspect of that other cat. Peggy and Dan, great shot from Elkridge. We love getting those pet pics, Halloween style. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. All right, roll that beautiful bean footage. 60s here, continue all the way through Sunday, and then we get the 70s into Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of next week. Meg?
Pretty good picture. I like that one. All right, let's look at the Len Stoller Traffic Network. Hopefully Hercules isn't crossing the road in front of us because we are hearing about a crash on 95 southbound, actually. This is near Hanover Street, and as a result, this is actually not pretty at all. Look at that. The 2 right lanes are blocked. Traffic now backed up all the way to Keith Avenue. Do not go that direction. If you can avoid this, do it. They are stopped. We have not seen them even inch forward here this morning. All right, if your home sweet home is looking more like a haunted house, we have the weekend plans for you. Just ahead in our 9 o'clock hour, learn how to spruce up your space for the holidays.
And the Harbor Harvest Children's Fall Festival is happening this Sunday right here at Rash Field. Coming up next, we're going to get a preview of some of the activities you and your kids can do if you come out on Sunday. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
It is 8:24. You can pick some pumpkins, ride ponies, and explore the renovated Rash Field Park at the annual Children's Fall Festival. The Waterfront Partnership is turning downtown Baltimore into a fall wonderland. For our hometown hotspot this morning, meteorologist Amy Aronson braving the winter-like temperatures for the Fall Festival. How's it feeling?
Feels like fall, Megan. Chilly mornings, but nice afternoons. Already the sun is shining and it's helping warm things up. And I'm actually joined by Chelsea Onsbach right now, who's telling us more about everything that's going to be happening here this weekend. And by that point, it's going to be a little warmer too. So we won't need the winter jackets, but everything fall this weekend. Lots of fall activities.
It's going to be so fall out here. So many pumpkins, so many fun activities. I don't know if you've ever been to Harbor Harvest before, but everybody kind of comes with their fall outfits on too, so they can get that perfect picture.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that. I know I've covered it in the morning like this, previewing it, but I haven't come out 15 years too, which is
15
awesome.
years.
Okay, cool. So we're going to give everyone a preview of one of the activities that the kids can do if they come out this weekend.
Yes, so we're going to be making seed balls, and what that is a mixture of clay, soil, and seeds, and it makes these type of balls that you can throw out into nature. And the seeds are all native plants, so that's really good for our environment.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so what you do is just grab a little bit of clay.
Okay.
And then you can kind of like throw it in there and roll it around in a bit of soil.
Okay. Getting our hands dirty this morning a little bit. Okay.
And then these seeds, this is purple coneflower, which you'll see all around the waterfront. And it's really good for all our native birds and our insects.
Kind of roll that in there.
Yeah, just kind of like a cookie, like that's your chocolate chips. All right, so there you go. You have a seed ball. And
That was so easy.
Yeah, it's so super easy, and it's so great for our environment. And kids and families can come make them at Harbor Harvest this Sunday.
That is cool.
Yeah.
So in addition to this, if kids maybe don't like to get their hands dirty, you're also going to have pumpkins, which are very non-dirty because you're using these kind of
we
stick-off
have
things.
these super fun stickers this year to put on your pumpkin, so it's not messy at all, and it's super cute, and you get to take it home with you.
Awesome. And I know there's also going to be food, so if you're coming out and planning lunchtime, there's going to be lots of food vendors.
Yeah, so in between crafting and doing all these fall things, you can go to one of the many food trucks and yeah, just have a nice little fall meal.
Awesome. Well, we've got all the information up on our website. If you all want to come out and find more information, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Back to you.
All right, Amy, thank you. And you see Amy with her jacket. Make sure you've got one out there this morning. We're waking up with cooler temperatures, 30s, 40s around the region. Our weather authority forecast is coming up, though, as we track warmer temps for the weekend. Well, meteorologist Justin Chambers is.
We're just weeks away from the general election, and preparations are underway. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll explain what city leaders are doing to prevent any issues from occurring. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News is taking you beyond the podium as we count down to Election Day, and preparations are underway to ensure everything runs smoothly. Right now, we're just 18 days away. Today, Board of Elections leaders will meet to discuss irregularities that occurred during the primary election. Olivia Dance will join us live now from downtown Baltimore with a closer look at what's happening today. Olivia.
Well, good morning, Taylor. The meeting is at 2 this afternoon right here at City Hall. And the Baltimore City and State Board of Elections directors were both invited to attend. Now, you may remember that the City Board of Elections also hit some bumps in the road during the primary election, including 12 missing flash drives that contained votes. And I spoke with Armstead Jones, who's the director of the BOE, back when those drives were still missing. Take a listen.
When they're closing out on election night, a whole lot going on. And sometimes there's two people that brings things in to the office instead of one. And we find out at the end that we have memory sticks that can't be located.
Jones says the issue was mainly due to new election judges with little training and that the missing drives weren't a big deal because the vote totals were never lost. Jones thinks the election process went smoothly, sharply contrasting concerns from elected leaders like Councilwoman Odette Ramos.
It should never happen, period, because what has happened is that we've deteriorated the trust in a system that's actually the pinnacle of our democracy.
In today's meeting, we'll discuss voting irregularities during the primary and solutions to ensure those errors don't happen again. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
And be sure to check out the Fox 45 voter guide for all of our reporting on the upcoming general election, plus important dates to have on your calendar. Just click on the QR code to take you straight there. You can take a picture of it on your screen or head over to foxbaltimore.com/vote2022. A Wisconsin group is now asking the Supreme Court to block President Biden's student loan forgiveness plan. Just ahead, how they plan to accomplish that. And after the break, we will be speaking to the Republican Anne Arundel County executive nominee on why she needs your vote. Anne Arundel County held its lone debate in the race for county executive on Tuesday. Incumbent Stuart Pittman is running against Councilwoman Jessica Hare. The debate was put on by the Capital Gazette, covering a wide range of issues. Much of the discussion centered, though, on taxes and tax breaks for families in need.
I was astounded that actually 3 members of the council would vote no on this tax relief for working families when they campaign on tax relief. We do tax relief for veterans, we do tax relief in all kinds of ways, tax relief for seniors, and to stop doing what Republicans have been doing in this county for decades, is these payment in lieu of taxes. It was a move to the right so far that I just felt like they were trying to stop those kind of people from living in our county.
The fear mongering coming out of that side, it's unfortunate that we can't just discuss the local issues. And that tax break is actually passed on to you as the resident, because when the county maximizes the tax cap, all that does is shift that burden onto the residents. So in many cases, that's millions and millions of extra dollars, $20 million over the next 40 years that Anne Arundel County residents will have to bear.
This morning, candidate and current county councilwoman Jessica Hare is joining us live. Good morning, Jessica.
Good morning. Thanks so much for having me.
Absolutely. Now, on Tuesday, we got to hear from both you and Democratic incumbent Stuart Pittman, and both of you guys have very different stances on 2 issues in particular, and we want to talk about them, taxes and crime. But let's first start with taxes. Obviously, right now, there's a lot of inflation, and folks are needing a relief. Tell me a bit about your tax plan and how it differs from who you're running against.
Absolutely. So in his first year in office, Stuart Pittman increased the income taxes by 12% and circumvented the voter-imposed property tax cap. So, we've seen the average family, it's costing them over his term more than $1,700. So at a time when we're seeing, the cost of eggs, the cost of milk, the cost of gas is skyrocketing, they really need that relief. And you work hard for your money. So my position is we can lower that. In the FY22 budget, there was actually $110.8 million of fund balance at the end of the year. So the government took $110.8 million of taxpayer money it didn't use. So we need to absolutely figure out a way to put that back in the pockets of Anne Arundel County residents.
And right now, do you feel like your message is being well received as we head into midterms? I mean, I'm just curious to know this because we have skyrocketing inflation. It's at the highest levels we've seen it in decades. How is your message being received on the ground?
Yeah, the number one concern I hear from residents every day is the cost of living and how can we help as the local government? And obviously that's on tax relief. And it's interesting, I've been talking about these local issues, my entire campaign, and Stuart Pittman really can't run on his record because his record is higher taxes.
Now, Pittman has mentioned that he's seen crime drop during his tenure as county executive, and you're looking at the same numbers and saying it's not quite happening that way. Explain your stance on that.
Sure. There's a couple of differences there. Mr. Pittman is not including the entire county when he looks at those numbers. So sure, you can say crime has dropped if you're only looking at one area. But in particular, Mr. Pittman's not including the city of Annapolis in his numbers. And, that's absurd. Imagine if a governor tried to say crime in Maryland is down, but only if you exclude Baltimore City. That's not an argument you can make.
And so what would you do to see these numbers decrease to a level that includes the entire county?
So the first thing we absolutely need to do is increase our number of officers. Stuart Pittman likes to claim he's added 100 officers. That's not true. In the last 4 years in the budget, he's only added 18 sworn officers to the budget. And of course, he had to increase your taxes even just to do that. The previous administration before him added 54, and they did it without raising taxes. So we need to absolutely increase our number of sworn officers. We need to streamline the hiring and recruitment process, which right now is very lengthy and inefficient, so that we can get more officers in the door sooner. And we need to give them the tools so that they can make our community safer. I hear a lot about dirt bikes. We need to really make sure they have the authority to go in and impound the dirt bikes and things like that.
Thank you so much for joining us, Councilwoman Hare, and we will keep our eyes on this election, keep you posted at home as we get closer to Election Day. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We'll also be interviewing the Democratic nominee for Anne Arundel County Executive, Stuart Pittman. That's happening on Tuesday morning. Head over to foxbaltimore.com/vote2022 to get a complete guide for your vote. But let's check in right now with meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at your forecast for today. It's looking nice behind you. I mean, it looks sunny.
Not too bad right now, Taylor. We are seeing that sun that is up, and we're going to see temperatures that will be warmer as we head toward the afternoon. This is a look out toward Rash Park. Meteorologist Amy Aronson down there talking about all of the events taking place there. And we know this time of year, all sorts of great festivals, pumpkin patches, corn mazes, all of the fall festivities, and they will continue. In fact, this weekend shaping up to be very nice. I know it's 40 degrees right now, still cold, but those numbers will eventually climb. In fact, Daryl the Dragonfly excited about that. Low to mid 60s as he'll be buzzing about later this afternoon, trying to swat away all those dang lantern flies. 62 for our high today. Those numbers will be a bit warmer and about 5 degrees off our average high, but we were in the 50s for the last couple of days for afternoon highs, so 62 is going to feel nice, even though we still have to deal with some of that wind. Mid to upper 50s for Reisterstown and Cockeysville up into the Hereford zone, 60 in Perry Hall and White Marsh, 61 for you in Dundalk out through Essex and Middle River. And up and down the 95 corridor, we'll keep those 60s going for Philly and Baltimore down through D.C., even down the ocean, right about 60 today and 62 your temp in Richmond. Now, if you're flying to Richmond today, pilots, overall, the VFR conditions, visual flight rules, albeit a bit breezy with those crosswinds, especially coming out of that south and southwesterly direction. So that's what we're going to have to deal with if you are trying to fly today. All right, here's a look at our future scan. We're dry today and tomorrow, and even into Saturday, we're not tracking any rain. So in the next 3 days will remain dry. However, as we get into Sunday morning and into the early afternoon, we are tracking another weather maker. It's going to be a coastal low, and that'll bring some more cloud cover in the morning. By noontime, a few showers, and that's right around the time for the Ravens game. So just be aware of that if you are heading to the game. Probably will need that rain gear. 11 days until Halloween, just 35 days now for Terrence the Turkey and our Thanksgiving Day, 5 weeks from today, and we're just 60 days out from the first night of Hanukkah. And look at this, Hercules ready for Halloween. Hercules, a little suspect of that cardboard cutout of the cat that looks just like him. Peggy and Dan, thank you very much for sending that picture in from Elkridge. Love to get your pet pics, JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. All right, I love that music. That means we're almost done. Yeah, we're taking a look at the 7-day forecast. 60s here for the next 2 or 3 days. Close to 70 on Saturday. Back to the mid-60s Sunday for the Ravens game. Even if we get a few showers, those numbers still not too bad. And then lower 70s next week. Time to take a look at a view through your window. This is from Melody. Really pretty shot of those fall colors, the blue skies reflected into the waters right there. We'd love to see the view through your window. We've been asking you about all those great chime-in pictures that you're sending us for Halloween and fall. foxbaltimore.com/chime-in. Taylor?
All right, make some autumn memories with your friends and family and pick some pumpkins. Just ahead, what other family-friendly events await you at the annual Harbor Harvest Children's Fall Festival? And at the Jazz Music Takeover at the Meyerhoff Symphony Hall today, how you can experience a night of music. And honestly, with Meg gone, Tom, Patrice, it's really time for me to have a coffee break. Topping your morning business report, a cookie recall to tell you about. Nestle is recalling its ready-to-bake Nestle Toll House stuffed chocolate chip cookie dough with fudge filling. The concern is some of the dough may contain small pieces of plastic. The recall covers dough made between June and September of this year. American Airlines is agreeing to pay $7.5 million to settle a class action suit filed by 5 passengers. The travelers say they were wrongfully charged baggage fees. The customers say they were forced to pay extra for bags, even though the tickets they purchased online included a free checked bag. Dollar General is facing a nearly $2 million fine over safety violations. The store is accused of having dirty and cluttered stockrooms, creating fire hazards for employees. This fine comes just 2 months after the chain was fined $1.3 million for similar violations at 3 stores in Georgia. After losing some subscribers in the first 2 quarters of this year, Netflix is reportedly bumping in paying customers. Now, the company says it added 2.4 million users this quarter. It's getting more and more expensive to visit the happiest place on earth as ticket prices for Disneyland in California rise. Some cases even costing more than the annual inflation rate of 8.2%. It would cost a family, two adults and 2 children, nearly $1,100 for a single day of parking tickets to get to Disneyland parks and the Genie Plus skip line service. Back pain is a daily burden for millions of people. Genevieve Gorder is here with a convenient way to help you heal at home. She is here with our America's Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
You guys have loved everything that we brought you from the Sharper Image Calming Heat collection, and today I am bringing you something new. It is the Calming Heat Massaging Neck Wrap. I mean, all of those words together sound pretty wonderful. We all suffer from tension in the neck and that dreaded tech neck from looking at computers, being on our phone. The Calming Heat Neck Wrap is weighted so that heat hits all of your knots in the back of your neck. And it has 3 massage and heat settings to experience ultimate relaxation. It's super soft. It feels great. Let's just be real about this, guys. None of us stretch enough. So we're on our computers all day. We're on our phones all day, and our neck pays the price. So to take care of it, this is a wonderful remedy. When it hurts, if you don't remedy it, you could have long-term side effects. This is one of those products you say, what took this so long? Where has this been all my life? How did I live without this for so long? It's compact, it's lightweight, it's portable. Take it with you on the road after a long flight, or just want to take a few minutes for yourself. This is a great excuse. This is one of those things that you actually want to share. So get one for yourself, a friend, anyone you care about. Trust me, they will love this. We are offering 25% off today, you guys, so you can afford to do so. Take advantage of this deal at asadeals.com.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
It is going to be a good day, Baltimore. Good day. I'm Taylor Stewart, and
I'm Megan Gillen. And we've been watching the sun come up, hoping to feel it, because here in studio, we're just not feeling those rays.
No, I'm feeling a little chilly in here.
No.
Yeah.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers has been warm and welcoming, though.
I
try. Yeah.
I try. I do what I can.
Very kind.
And weather, I mean, it's not bad. This is a nice fall day today.
Yeah, it's not too bad. And by the way, tell the new girl, it's always cold in this studio.
It is so cold.
Oh, yeah, I'm learning.
Yeah.
Today is particularly cold, though.
I don't know what it's about, guys, but we got to do something about the weather in here.
It doesn't help when the temps are in the 30s in the morning, but we're in the 40s now, and we're on our way to the lower 60s today. So instead of those 50s that we've been seeing, we finally get some 60s returning. The freeze warnings and frost advisories expiring as we speak. So that's good news, and you can see a really pretty shot with the sun kind of lighting the path all the way out the Inner Harbor here this morning. 30s in Oakland and Cumberland, 43 your number in Westminster now, 45 in Baltimore City, while they're already up to 48 in Annapolis. And you're out and about, Cass, those numbers will keep climbing. We'll be in the mid-50s by noon and lower 60s through the afternoon today. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, Justin, thank you. We have some breaking news coming in. In fact, just minutes ago, we learned Prime Minister Liz Truss resigned. The Prime Minister making that announcement again just about 20 minutes ago. A growing number of lawmakers had called for Truss to resign after weeks of turmoil that was sparked by her economic plan. She had come into power just over a month ago. Very short time in office. Again, Britain's Prime Minister Liz Truss stepping down as of 20 minutes ago.
And this just in, Eastern Technical High School in Essex is closing this morning because of a transformer accident. The Baltimore County Public Schools says all afternoon and evening activities will be canceled. The school is closing for good today at 9:45.
Well, we are following three big stories for you this morning in a city in crisis. Fox 45 News continues to demand answers from city leaders following an exclusive investigation into how the Department of Public Works handled last month's E. coli water contamination.
And the debate continues over how to handle squeegee kids, as one squeegee kid warns of increased crime if removed from street corners.
Plus, our investigation into the Safe Streets program continues as the effectiveness of the crime prevention program is put into question. Now, city leaders are taking matters into their own hands, holding an investigative hearing today.
So we've got some live team coverage for you this morning in just a few minutes. Shannon Lilly will join us with the concerns from the Baltimore City FOP regarding squeegee kids and how the mayor is defending his position.
But we begin with Olivia Dance and the questions surrounding the Safe Streets program. She's joining us live outside City Hall with a preview of the investigative hearing and what's to come of it. Olivia.
Good morning. And yeah, the meeting is at 1 this afternoon right here at City Hall. And during the meeting, council members will question leaders from the mayor's office of neighborhood safety and engagement, which runs Safe Streets, about recent changes made to the program. You may remember last month, Mayor Brandon Scott announced he is restructuring how Safe Streets locations are managed. And David Williams, a taxpayer watchdog, says this hearing is an opportunity to rebuild trust with the community.
If there are problems with the program, this is the time to identify those problems and to move on, to move forward, to correct those problems. So this doesn't have to be a perfect hearing in any sense of the word. It's just, the first step in saying, this is what we've done. This is exactly the money that we've spent. This is where the money has gone to, and this is where we need to do better.
Fox 45 News has been investigating the program for almost a year now. And prior to the restructuring, there were 7 nonprofits managing the program. But now with the changes, the LifeBridge Center for Hope and Catholic Charities will be the only groups overseeing the Safe Streets sites. And the Safe Streets restructuring is expected to be completed in January 2023. Back to you.
Olivia, we know the mayor's office funds the Safe Streets program, but does the data show it's actually working?
Yeah, Taylor, that's exactly right. We know the mayor continues to fund the program, but there is no clear data that shows that it's actually effective. In fact, in an internal report that was released earlier this year, it shows that in some Safe Streets locations, the number of shootings have actually gone up. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
A hearing is now scheduled to determine whether the 15-year-old suspect in the killing of Timothy Reynolds will be tried as an adult. Now, it's scheduled for November 17th. Reynolds was shot after a confrontation with a squeegee kid back in July.
Now BPD's police union has stepped into the squeegee crisis debate, and the mayor also came out swinging. Shannon Lilly joins us from downtown Baltimore with the latest turn of events here. Shannon.
Well, the police union is calling out the mayor for not taking action. They want police to be able to go in and remove squeegee kids from city streets. Of course, we know with the mayor's policies, that's not happening. But take a look at this post they made on Twitter just yesterday. It was actually in response to a post our Mackenzie Frost made regarding a squeegee kid's warning that they will commit more crime if they're removed from city streets. Well, the police union responded to that saying, quote, and in quotations, just good kids providing a service for money, that's all. But some have committed heinous acts against taxpayers just trying to get to work, and now they're threatening to do more. Our citizens don't have a chance as Mayor Brandon Scott's plan keeps cops on the bench. Well, we know that so far the mayor's office, which has attempted to find jobs for these squeegee kids, has failed to keep them out of intersections. Mayor Scott even doubling down on his stance on the issue in a press conference yesterday. But But what the mayor calls panhandling, incoming city state's attorney Evan Bates calls law-breaking.
Talking about poverty. Anybody that knows that folks who are experiencing poverty are folks who are going to commit crimes. It doesn't matter if they're homeless, if they're squeegeeing, if they're breaking into houses, stealing cars. This is what we're talking about here.
Stepping off that sidewalk, going in and out of traffic is illegal. And as far as I'm concerned, we cannot do that.
Well, the Mayor's Squeegee Collaborative has not allowed our cameras inside their meetings, but we do know that they are working on a strategy that should be announced by the end of the month. Reporting in downtown Baltimore, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
In the month since Timothy Reynolds was shot and killed by an alleged squeegee kid, we've continued to see some heated and sometimes violent exchanges. Data from the Baltimore Police Department shows there have been more than 600 squeegee-related calls for service between July 1st and early October. Fox 45 News has been covering this ongoing problem for months now, and you can find all of that reporting on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
A Wisconsin group now asking the Supreme Court to block President Biden's student loan forgiveness plan.
That's right. National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joining us live from Capitol Hill. Kayla, this is just the latest legal pushback on this plan.
Megan and Taylor, a lot of people saw this coming. The Biden administration has already been sued by 7 states and 2 organizations over the student loan forgiveness plan. This Wisconsin request comes from the Brown County Taxpayers Association. It's a group based in Green Bay, Wisconsin. Now, the group argues the administration overstepped executive powers, saying there's no legal justification for this type of spending, pointing out the power of the purse lies solely with Congress, not the executive branch, as outlined in the Constitution. The move does have a hefty price tag. The most recent independent estimate places the cost of this forgiveness at around $400 billion. This comes as applications became available last week. The forgiveness plan will erase up to $10,000 in student loan debt for borrowers making up to $125,000 a year, and $20,000 will be forgiven if that borrower is a Pell Grant recipient. Now, this group in Wisconsin wants the Supreme Court to block President Biden's program until a lower court appeal is heard. In Washington, I'm Kayla. Oh, we are not done yet. Just kidding. We have one more topic, don't we?
Yeah, you know, we wanted to talk to you about gas prices. Certainly a spotlight being shined on them with less than three weeks to go until the midterms. The question is, Kayla, the prices people are seeing as they fill up their cars, where do we see that going?
Yeah, gas prices, this is one of those issues that affects nearly every American. And right now, Democrats' success in the midterm appears to be tied at least somewhat to the prices as we see when we fill up our vehicles. So just last month, as prices at the pump fell, Democrats were feeling pretty optimistic about November's election. Well, now there's been a change in gas prices, and it's not only slowed momentum for Democrats, but it's actually changing the political winds to Republicans' favor. Yesterday, President Biden announced the release of 15 barrels from the country's strategic oil reserves in an effort to ease gas prices. The president then acting surprised when multiple White House reporters suggested his motivation for releasing the strategic oil reserves was to give Democrats a boost in the midterms. Now, gas prices took another hit when OPEC announced that they would cut production earlier this month. Biden pointing to international factors as the reason for these high gas prices that we've seen since he took office, like the war in Ukraine, while critics say it's his administration's policies that are causing this. So we'll be keeping a close eye on gas prices heading into November. Megan, Taylor.
Gas prices, student loans. Thank you so much, Kayla. All right, it's time to create some fall memories with your family as the Waterfront Partnership brings the country to the city.
Yeah, the annual Children's Fall Festival is happening this weekend. And for our hometown hotspot this morning, meteorologist Amy Aronson is giving us a preview downtown. How's it going, Amy?
Yeah, we've done everything from decorating pumpkins to making some crafts. Now I'm here with Melody Thomas. Plus, another guest is joining us, someone
Absolutely.
very, very tall. So who are we joined by right now?
We're joined by Jess, the beautiful Jess. She'll be one of our stilt walkers here on Saturday, one of 2, in fact, that we'll have.
That's awesome. She's very talented. How tall is she?
Right now, she's about 9 feet.
That is impressive. She looks beautiful with the backdrop, too. Very decked out for fall.
Yeah, exactly.
And you say you recommend everybody come out in their fall attire on Sunday.
Absolutely. Costumes are encouraged, or your fall sweater. We'll be here from 10 to 3. Come dress for the weather. It'll be wonderful.
And it's going to be a pretty day. Not only will you have activities, but if people are hungry and want to make a full afternoon of it, there's going to be lunch options.
There'll be tons of food trucks. We have Lattimore's funnel cake. We've got dogs on the curb. We've got Bull's Head pit beef coming. We've got ice cream and crepes. Tons of food.
Anything people should be doing now if they're saying this sounds like a day I want to participate in? Anything you recommend in advance?
Yeah, I would totally recommend buying tickets in advance. It's a free event, but there are some ticketed activities. So if you want to skip some of the lines that'll be happening the day of, buy them in advance. We have an Eventbrite set up. You can visit our website. And then, yeah, come out and enjoy.
Awesome. 10 to 3 on Sunday right here in Rashfield, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, awesome. Well, if you guys want more information, we have it on our website too. Head over to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. And Megan Taylor, I have my winter jacket on this morning because it's a little chilly out, but by Sunday, it's going to feel much better. So fall stuff is appropriate, the flannel, all the things.
We were admiring the Stillwalker's jacket and want to know who her tailor is because I don't know where she found that jacket.
I don't know either, but I will ask, and I'll get back to you. She's so talented.
That's pretty impressive. Oh, it makes me nervous.
I know. All right, thanks so much, Amy.
Do you know why the department didn't put out the boil water advisory Sunday?
Fox 45 News questions the head of DPW after our exclusive investigation revealed the city did not inform residents of a water boil advisory sooner, despite directions from the state.
But first, the holiday season is just around the corner. After the break, how you can spice up your home. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by the Maryland Home and Garden Show.
It is 9:15. Get your home ready for the holidays and find some new ideas to keep it sweet. The Fall Maryland Home and Garden Show has experts of all kinds to help. I'm pointing to one next to me here. Joining us live this morning is DIYer Doreen Stovenauer, joining us with some really incredible, mind-blowing tricks here. This is up my alley here. I want to start with this because this blew me away here.
You got it. So This is fabric on the wall. You can remove it. That is the key.
And how are you sticking it? This is what it's going to
and water.
Cornstarch and water.
Yep. It comes into this kind of jelly stuff. You're going to put it in your paint tray and you're going to stick it good
on the wall.
You're going to just make
and it's
sure.
a beautiful fabric, and that's happened to me where I like the fabric and I couldn't find a wallpaper or anything like that. And so my first question to you was, this is going to ruin our wall, Doreen. I don't want to do this. And look at this.
It comes right off. It's wonderful if you're renting. It's wonderful if you aren't necessarily decisive. You can also do something like sheet music, or go to Goodwill, go to Second Chance down in the city. They have a lot of books.
Yeah.
Pull sheets out of the books. You can put it right on your wall.
And
it's
then
just a neat accent.
And you said it's kind of a neat for a smaller wall to do like the musical lyrics. And it's still okay to do the cornstarch on the back here.
Yep. And it's removable.
I'm still just amazed that that works, and I like the look of it because I think that can make a room pop. Okay, you've got some other neat ideas when it comes to framing. We all have something special that means something for you, but it's how you showcase it.
It is. Ribbon, ooh. I break out into
song. I think she's going to do some ribbon for this next one.
So ribbon, everybody has ribbon at their house. Hopefully you've got some straight pins. Here's the key.
Okay.
So you're going to take a regular picture that you have.
Yep.
You're going to hang it exactly the way you normally would hang your picture, right?
Okay.
You're going to go ahead and you're going to just use some Scotch tape, which everyone has.
Yeah.
The key is the straight pin through the back of your ribbon. So you're going to hang it on your wall.
But you're not hanging it from the bow. You're actually hanging it from that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And you push the straight pin right through. You can't see the straight pin. You can also do it.
I have been doing it wrong. I thought we were hanging it by the bow when I would try to do my own. That makes way more sense.
It's all about making it look like something it's not. That's kind of the key.
Take notes, guys. That is a really impressive DIY note right there.
Right, so this one you're going to hang there.
Yep.
Just a piece of burlap. That's all it is.
And you just make pretty bows of what would look nice. And this is taking something that would otherwise just be a picture on the wall and making it something more.
That's all this. Anything that I do is DIY. You can do this. Anyone can do all of this.
And it's nice for the holidays, yes, but also just for any time making your home feel more like a home.
It is. And you know what? I've done this with wedding announcements or wedding invitations for a gift.
It's a good gift, yeah.
It is. You just gotta go ahead and get your ribbon happy in there.
This is just a taste. You've got to go to the show. You're going to be there. There's so many other people that are going to be there as well, giving some great ideas. Home and Garden Show.
200 plus vendors.
All right, look at this. We're getting some of the images right here. I'm excited to come pick your brain more there and see some of these great ideas.
I can't wait.
9:18. Here we are talking Fall Home and Garden Festival. Feeling like it out there, Justin?
Absolutely. That fall chill is in the air. We talked earlier about how there's so many great festivals taking place over the next couple of weekends. We got Fells Fest, which typically is in the first weekend of October. It's now the first weekend of November. So a couple of weeks away from that. Of course, all the Halloween festivities and all those great craft fairs out there. Look at this, too. Our fall colors are really looking good from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. You can see some of those fall colors, and we're at peak fall changeover, especially in western Maryland. That's that red area right there for the mountain locations. Garrett and Allegheny County, Washington County is really seeing some of the bright colors. But we're seeing it right here in central Maryland as well as we're getting close to the peak. Typically, the last week of October is the peak here in central Maryland, at least for this year. A lot of the cold temperatures overnight and the bright sunny skies help to kind of accentuate those colors changing, I should say. Here's our HD radar with that large ridge of high pressure settling in. So we stay dry for the next couple of days. We are tracking some rain on the middle of our forecast, and I'll take a closer look at that in a second. But golfers hitting the links today, maybe a frost delay earlier, but mid-50s by noon and into the lower 60s, possibly at least a one-club wind for the afternoon. Upper 50s and lower 60s across central Maryland for our highs today. And notice on our temperature tracker that we're going to start to get closer to average by tomorrow, even above average on Saturday. And as we head into the second half of the weekend and next week, those numbers are actually going to stay above average. Best part is you can get the car cleaned up Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. But I do want to highlight that change with the rain that's rolling in by the time we get into Sunday. This is Saturday looking dry. Friday also looking dry. But as we head towards Saturday and Sunday, we'll see those changes coming in. More of that cloud cover starts rolling in late Saturday night into Sunday. Here comes this coastal low. So if you're tailgating Sunday before the Ravens game, should be good to go. But right about 1, 2 o'clock is when some of those showers will roll in. So we potentially will have some rain for the middle of of the game and the later part of the afternoon as well on Sunday as that low gets closer to us. Speaking of that game, temps are going to be in the 60s, so Browns are in town this weekend. 1 o'clock kick there at M&T Bank Stadium. Here's that 7-day forecast for you. Numbers in the 60s throughout the course of the rest of this week and even into the weekend. And as I mentioned, we get some 70s on the way early next week.
All right, we're just 19 days away from Election Day, and there's a big hearing happening in Baltimore today, how leaders are hoping to get ahead of some possible problems as voters head to the polls. But first, how a Baltimore native is leading an effort to honor survivors and victims of the COVID pandemic. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. A new initiative inspired by the National AIDS Memorial Quilt is honoring victims, survivors, and frontline heroes of the COVID-19 pandemic. The first 12 panels dedicated to the National COVID-19 Quilt were unveiled in a ceremony just yesterday. Baltimore native and curator of that National COVID-19 Quilt, Sandy Nagel, joins us to share more about this initiative. Good morning, Sandy.
Good morning.
Now, can we get a closer look of your quilt? Can you tell us a little bit about what we're seeing here?
Yes, this is the honor square of the National COVID-19 Quilt that we dedicated here at Historic Grey Rock Mansion yesterday. There are 12 panels that were created by family and friends. Each individual panel tells a story of either someone who passed from COVID or, thankfully, a survivor. We also have a caregiver. We represent the emergency medical technicians, the survivors, and those who passed from this terrible disease.
And what do you hope people take away from this quilt when they see it, when they experience it, or they touch it? What do you hope people take away from this?
You know, many of these people passed away alone in hospitals where their families could not hold their hands. So to the families, this is almost like their final farewell. there's messages that they send, gone but not forgotten, forever loved. This is their final holding of the hand. And when they come, and when we saw them yesterday, they physically put their hands on the panel, and you could feel the emotion that came from them and the love of creating this.
I'm sure a moving moment for folks who have a piece in this quilt, but is it too late to submit a panel for this quilt if they'd like to be included?
Absolutely not. We're taking the quilt to Washington, D.C. this spring. We hope to have 1,920 additional panels, which will make 160 squares, which will be laid out in the mall in Washington, D.C. And the only way we can do it is if families and friends submit a panel. And they can go to our website. It's as easy as 1, 2, 3 to create a panel. As you can see, some were done very basic. Almost, I call this like a school teacher's quilt. Some were much more elaborate. This was created by an Indian artist, a very famous Indian artist. The one at the top was created by a school teacher, art teacher, for a family that she had no idea who they were.
Wow. And I'm sure there's just so many touching stories coming out of this that will be on display in that quilt. I really want to thank you, Sandy. We want to make sure people know they can check it out in D.C. next spring. We'll have more information on our website as well. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Fox 45 News questions the head of DPW after email suggests the city did not warn residents of a boil water advisory ahead of time, despite being told by the state.
We're just weeks away from the general election and preparations are underway. I'm Olivia Dance, and coming up next, I'll explain what city leaders are doing to prevent any issues from occurring.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Good morning. Welcome back to Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore. It's Thursday, October 20th. I'm Megan Gilland.
And I'm Taylor Stewart. And it's good to be in Baltimore today because it's cold, but it's going to be nice this weekend. Meteorologist Justin Chambers taking a look at our forecast.
Yeah, absolutely. Taylor, Megan, good morning to both of you and everyone at home as well. Appreciate you watching us here live and local all morning long. Numbers are starting to climb eventually. You can see our Bromo Seltzer Tower clock it's off by about 4 or 5 minutes, but don't worry about that. It's all good. And temperatures are going to be rising into the lower 60s for the afternoon. So those numbers still below average, however, warmer than we've been the last couple of days. We'll definitely enjoy that. 62 for our high today, mid 60s tomorrow, close to 70 by Saturday. Shaping up to be a very nice fall weekend. We do have some rain in our forecast, which we'll take a closer look at coming up in just about 12 to 15 minutes or so from right now. Back to you.
All right, Justin, thank you. We have breaking news just coming into our newsroom. Getting word there was a powerful earthquake that struck western Panama. The country's civil defense agency saying it's a 6.7 magnitude in strength. That's a big one. At this point, no initial reports of damage. But again, this is a 6.7 magnitude earthquake that has hit western Panama. Just got this word about 15 minutes ago. We're keeping an eye on it. We'll pass any new information online on foxbaltimore.com.
We're 19 days away from midterm elections, and today the Board of Election leaders will meet to discuss irregularities that occurred during the primary election.
Olivia Dance joining us live now from downtown Baltimore with a closer look at what's happening today. Olivia.
Well, good morning. And the meeting is at 2 this afternoon right here at City Hall. And the Baltimore City and State Board of Elections directors were both invited to attend. Now, you may remember the City Board of Elections hit some bumps in the road during the primary election, including 12 missing flash drives that contained votes. And I spoke with Armstead Jones, who's the director of the BOE, back when those drives were still missing. Take a listen.
When they're closing out on election night, a whole lot going on, and sometimes there's two people that brings things in to the office instead of one. And we find out at the end that we have memory sticks that can't be located.
Jones says the issue was mainly due to new election judges with little training and that the missing drives weren't a big deal because the vote totals were never lost. Jones thinks the election process went smoothly, sharply contrasting concerns from elected leaders like Councilwoman Odette Ramos.
It should never happen, period, because what has happened is that we've deteriorated the trust in a system that's actually the pinnacle of our democracy.
In today's meeting, we'll discuss voting irregularities during the primary and solutions to ensure that those errors don't happen again. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Thanks, Olivia. You can go ahead and check out your voter guide for all of our reporting on the upcoming general election and important dates to mark on your calendar. Point your phone right now at the QR code, that thing you see on your screen. It'll take you right over to foxbaltimore.com/vote2022.
In a city in crisis, it's been a violent week so far in Baltimore City. In just 24 hours, 4 people were shot, 2 killed. On Wednesday afternoon, a teenager was shot multiple times in Hampden. He admitted himself to the hospital and he is still alive. 15 minutes later, another man was found shot in Northwest Baltimore's Arlington section of the city right there. He did not survive. Also on Wednesday, investigators confirming that a woman was gunned down on Tuesday night in a Southwest Baltimore bus lot. She was an MTA driver. In all, we know 12 people were murdered in 7 days. This leaving residents on edge about their own safety.
Feels like it's not too safe out here.
Faith leader Dr. Cleveland Mason believes this level of bloodshed inflicts misery and despair on communities.
A lot of people who are not just disenchanted, but seriously depressed. It's difficult to wake up in the morning and be energetic about the day when you wonder who's going to get killed today.
On average, 1 person has been killed every single day this year.
questions this morning after Fox 45 News pressed DPW Director Jason Mitchell and Mayor Brandon Scott about our exclusive investigation into an apparent communication breakdown. This when it came to the E. coli crisis. The Department of Public Works handling of that. Now, Mackenzie Frost, she reviewed hours of internal emails showing that the city waited hours to tell the public about the E. coli in the water in West Baltimore last month. She questioned the department's director about that delay.
We sent you an email yesterday. We didn't get a response. Do you know why the department didn't put out the boil water advisory Sunday as directed by MDE?
So we put out many different things on Sunday. Number one, our health department gave out information related to nursing homes or homes in the area. We issued a statement via social media Monday morning at 7:43 a.m. We also had boots on the ground.
But we know that MDE said that the tweet in the next door wasn't sufficient, and they told you multiple times to issue that BWA Sunday. Why didn't that happen?
We worked closely hand in hand with MDE throughout the entire process.
The tweet wasn't a BWA, though. It said you may want to consider boiling your water.
The boots on the ground, it definitely informed of the impacted area, especially during the holiday weekend. We knew we needed to get into the hands.
Fox 45 News also learning the director of communications, who was leading the charge on some of the discussion about the water contamination, no longer works in that role. Mackenzie tried to ask the director about that staffing change, but he did not answer that question.
Mackenzie also questioned Mayor Brandon Scott, who is standing by the statements he made last month that there was nothing wrong with communication.
You still stand by that statement?
I think, Mackenzie, you may think it's not the case, but overall, what matters is what the Department of MDE has said, and they said that we follow their protocols to a T.
MDE did not say that you guys followed it by a T. They told DPW multiple times on Sunday to issue the BWA, and it didn't happen.
No, I think that what you're saying is you're accusing DPW of ignoring what MDE said.
They did, according to the emails.
There are still questions about the timing of the notification and the clarity of the federal law.
It is important to note, though, this is the investigation into the E. coli water contamination in West Baltimore. This happened last month, and the boil water advisory has since been lifted.
You can find all of the questions Mackenzie asked leaders, as well as our full report on this exclusive investigation on our website, foxbaltimore.com. A new study shows Baltimore is one of the worst cities in the country when it comes to the increase in homicides, looking at the third quarter of this year. According to Wallet Hub, Baltimore ranks 4th in homicides per capita for the third quarter. St. Louis topped the list with nearly 20 murders per 100,000 people, followed by Kansas City and Detroit.
4 people are recovering after a fire broke out in a vacant home. This happened around 2:30 Wednesday afternoon, and officials say that fire started in an empty home and spread to another house nearby, which was occupied. It took firefighters about an hour to get that fire under control. The 4 people there were taken to the hospital because of smoke inhalation. The vacant home problem has been getting a lot of attention these last few days. Just last week, police say a body was found in a vacant home in West Baltimore. Community leader Reverend Keith Bailey is calling on the mayor and city council to do something about vacant properties and the homeless people that congregate there. And city council members are working on a bill to combat the problem. It would increase the amount of fines on vacant properties. Supporters of the bill say even if the fines aren't paid, it would speed up the process of selling these homes. Critics say the city doesn't have the proper infrastructure in place to track these fees. Pillars of creation. We have the latest image captured by NASA up in space. What this is, well, we'll tell you coming up.
And it's another chilly start, but there's a warm up on the way. Meteorologist Justin Chambers with just how warm it's getting. It's 9:39 on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. 9:42 and happening today, the teenager charged in September's deadly shooting at Mervo High School will make an appearance in court today. Democratic gubernatorial candidate Wes Moore is campaigning in Baltimore today, stopping at Morgan State University from 11 to 2:30. And Baltimore City and the Baltimore County Health Departments are holding a joint monkeypox vaccination drive. It's happening at the Baltimore Eagle Bar and Nightclub from 7 to 10 tonight. You have to sign up ahead of time. We have a link right now at foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Well, you have the chance to experience a night of music from the Great American Songbook and popular jazz composers. We're going to tell you how. And we have a new picture just out from space to show you. We'll explain what you're looking at right there. It's 9:42 on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. All local, all morning. "9:45, experience a night of music from the Great American Songbook and popular jazz composers at the Joseph Meyerhoff Symphony Hall. Perfect place for it. The Baltimore Symphony Orchestra and the Keystone Corner Baltimore, they are partnering for this evening of jazz for all of you tonight. This morning, we're very lucky to have the Senior Vice President and Chief Marketing and Communications Officer at the BSO, Serena Yarbrough, joining us live to share more. This is going to be such a fun night.
It will be. It's a very exciting evening. We are doing jazz at the Meyerhoff in the lobby with the Bill Charlap Trio. So a wonderful opportunity to get close and up and personal with the music and the musicians.
That is just an incredible experience. It's let alone just amazing to be inside that building, but right there, you're up close and personal. You're gonna feel that music.
Yes, absolutely. We have a VIP opportunity for people who want to even meet the musicians afterwards, and so it'll be an exciting evening where they'll be performing songs from the Great American Songbook. So you'll get jazz favorites like Duke Ellington, and so it'll be a really exciting experience.
What made you guys do this?
Really, our initiative for making the Meyerhoff a hall for all. It's so important for us to make sure that the community knows that the Meyerhoff and the Baltimore Symphony Orchestra is a place that's inclusive of everyone. Yep. And a part of that is being able to present other types of music and local partnerships like the one with Keystone Corner.
So let's talk about getting people out there tonight. Tickets, how do we get them? Can you just walk in? How does it work?
So there will be tickets available at the door. However, it is highly recommended that you reserve your tickets ahead of time so you can get them at bsomusic.org. There are two different types of tickets. There's a $35 ticket for general admission and a $99 ticket for VIP.
And just to be able to go to a symphony hall for $35, that alone is quite a steal. That's an amazing experience.
Yes, absolutely. It gives people the opportunity to get introduced to the Symphony Hall at a more affordable and approachable price with music that they probably already know and love.
And this is coming at a time where we're just now getting back into the music scene of live theater again and hearing that in person. I mean, what does this mean to the musicians to be back out there again after the weird pandemic that we've been through?
It's very exciting. Musicians are excited to see people, and so that's why this event is such a special one, because they get a chance to see the people who love the music right there. They get a chance to connect with them and also even talk to them after the concert's over.
And this has been, I mean, you guys are doing so much right now in the community. This, I'm assuming, is the first of many. What's next?
Oh, goodness. This is the first of many iterations of Jazz at the Meyerhoff, but we've done things throughout the season, throughout the summer, and that's Symphony in the City, getting out into the community and letting people be able to see the Baltimore Symphony Orchestra in its totality where they live in different counties of the state.
And so often little kids seeing that, next thing you know, they're inspired to want to play the cello or some instrument that they maybe hadn't been exposed to. Thank you for coming in this morning.
It's my pleasure.
Have fun tonight.
Thank you.
Well, our Thursday is off to a cold start. Heating up tonight, of course, with that concert, but for now, a little chilly. We've got some live pictures around the region. Things, again, warming up as we tick towards the evening. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is the man with the forecast.
Yeah, exactly right. Thank you, Megan. And temperatures are going to be warmer as we head into the afternoon by about 5 or 6 degrees from where we ended up the last couple of days in those upper 50s, well below average. Still slightly below average, but we'll definitely take some of those lower 60s here as opposed to the upper 50s. Here's a look at your live cam over the Patapsco. Not a bad morning so far with plenty of sunshine out there. Temps right about 45 at BWI Thurgood Marshall. Not much wind to speak of now, but that wind is going to increase later today. This ridge of high pressure keeping us nice and dry throughout the mid-Atlantic and central Maryland right now. You can still see some of those snow showers in the Great Lakes region from that area of low pressure and all that cold air that rolled into our area. Hanging out at Fells in the next hour, upper 40s. And as we take you to the later part of the afternoon, we'll see upper 50s and lower 60s. And even heading into happy hour for your Friday Eve, we're talking about a temp of 60 degrees by 5 p.m. So overall, a pretty nice afternoon. Carroll and Baltimore counties are going to end up in the mid to upper 50s, lower 60s for Perry Hall, White Marsh down through Essex and Middle River over to Fells and Canton. Numbers here up and down the 95 corridor staying in the 60s for Philly and Baltimore down through D.C. with mid-50s in Cumberland this afternoon. If you're flying out to Cumberland or down the ocean, not a bad day, pilots. I mean, we've got another VFR condition day with visual flight rules. However, it will still be a bit breezy. Definitely have to watch out for those crosswind takeoffs and landings. Here's a look at that future scan. Staying mainly dry today and tomorrow for that matter. Even into Saturday, we are going to be dry, not really tracking any rain. Finally, on Sunday is when we're going to get another area of low pressure developing off the coast, hence the name coastal low. That's going to bring some showers here. As you're tailgating on Sunday in the morning time, you're good to go. But by game time for the Ravens on Sunday afternoon, we could encounter a few showers. Temps, however, will stay in the mid-60s, so it won't be super cold. And then lower 70s return next week.
All right, Justin, thank you. It is 9:50, and it is also so Baltimore. Yes. Our sister station, the CW Baltimore, is celebrating 15 years of the Steve Wilkos Show.
Yeah, that's right. And Be More host Meyer Clark is here in the studio with us. You got to chat with him exclusively. Tell me about what your takeaway was from all these years he's had on this show. 16 now, right?
Yeah. I asked him, you can see the whole entirety of the video on the interview on Be More Lifestyle, and I asked him about, his amazing career and his amazing show and his journey from being a cop to having his own successful TV show.
Just work really hard and don't be lazy. I tell that to my kids all the time because, I was very content to be a policeman for the next 30 years and get my pension. But I took every opportunity that came my way. So when I was walking out of the police station at 1 o'clock in the morning and my friend said, hey, do you want to work the Jerry Springer show tomorrow? I was like, yeah, even though I was tired and I didn't want to get up early the next day, I said, well, here's a chance to make some money, and I did it. And, you know, you never know when a door opens, where it's going to lead to. And me saying yes to that little bitty opportunity led to just a wonderful TV career.
Of course, it airs on CW at 2 o'clock. Ladies, let's talk about the blue eyes. It's, you know, not the best face in the world, but he's got those piercing blue eyes, right, Meg?
I am not going to answer that question.
Not the greatest face, but those eyes, though.
Megan's like, I can't answer that. She does have gorgeous blue eyes, though.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. It's a good show. Mark, thank you.
Have a good one. Okay, we've got some pillars of creation that have the latest images captured by NASA. What they say this image is actually, we have that coming up.
And there is a warm-up on the way. We've got that 10-day forecast. It's 9:52 now on Good Day Baltimore. (9:55). We want to show you something pretty cool. NASA's Webb telescope has captured a jaw-dropping image. This is of the iconic pillars of creation. Now, 6,500 light years away, this spectacular celestial formation here, where new stars are formed, was first imaged by the Hubble telescope. That was in 1995, guys. Wow. The James Webb Space Telescope's near-infrared camera captured the pillars of creation in a way that they've never been seen before. And although the arches and spires look solid, they're actually semi-transparent clouds of gas and dust. They're ever-changing. NASA hopes that studying the pillars of creation, they're going to have a better understanding of how these stars are formed. I mean, it is just like
technology, man.
Well, the best thing about it here, and Taylor probably doesn't even know, the James Webb Telescope basically is controlled right down the street from us here.
Really?
Yep,
right down
here.
the street.
Hamden.
Yeah. in Hamden?
I got to get my history lesson. Maybe we can go there after chicken and waffles.
Oh, okay. I like that.
I do
National
too.
Chicken and Waffles Day. That's what we're talking about today. And temperatures that are still chilly now, but look at that. I mean, 62 today, mid-60s Friday, and we actually are improving. The weekend is looking spectacular. Now, we are bringing some rain in Sunday afternoon, but then lower 70s for the first part of next week, and then there's going to be a gradual cool down as we head toward Halloween weekend.
Holy moly.
11 days away.
Ooh. I'm out of here. Have a great weekend.
Okay, have a good one.
See you tomorrow.